Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. My name is Kishan and today we are going to create an awesome full stack Fiverr clone. This clone is fully functional and you will learn tons of new things in this video because I have used many new concepts here. We are also going to host this application on Kinsta at the end of the video. We will host our database, Next.js app and the Node app on Kinsta. Speaking of the stack, I have used Next.js, Tailwind CSS, React Context API, Stripe for payment, Node.js and Express for backend, PostgreSQL, Prisma, and tons of other libraries. Now, if you don't know about PostgreSQL, don't worry because we have used Prisma in the backend, which is just like MongoDB and converts our queries to PostgreSQL queries automatically. So even if you don't know SQL, you can still watch the video. Without further ado, let me give you a demo of our Fiverr clone. So this is the home page. We have this Navbar. From here, we can open the sign in or the join in. So I'm going to log in with my user. Continue, and you can see that the look of the navbar is changed. We have our profile picture here. We can navigate to orders, switch to seller. Now we have the search bar here and here, and we have services section here. This everything is working. When we click over this, we can get the services, and after this we have the categories here. If we click on any of the category, we will see the gigs for that category. We'll head back. Now we have some sections here for Fiverr. So this is exactly like Fiverr. You can also search for category from here. Now I'm going to buy an gig, this one. Now when we click on this, we will get the details here for the gig, and you can see that we have the pricing section here. And if we have created this gig, then instead of continue, it will show edit here. So when we click over this, you can edit the gig from here. Now head back, and I'm going to log out from this user. Okay, so now I'm going to log in with a new user. So I'm going to click this join button. I'm going to write kishan@youtube.com 1234 password, continue, and our new account was created. And as soon as new account is created, we have been redirected to this profile page. We have to set the profile from here. So I'm going to write a username which is unique and Kishan shade, super awesome description, set the profile, and now let's search for any order which is UI. We have this. I'm going to order this one right from here. Hit continue. Now you have to enter your card details for this. So this is provided by Stripe. So I'm going to use my email. I'm going to use an demo number. Going to pay now. And we can also send in the messages to that user. Hello, send. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sign in with that other user. Log out. Sign in, continue. I'm logged in. I'm going to switch to seller, and you can see that we have our dashboard here. So total gigs created by this user, the total orders that are pending, total unread messages, earnings today, monthly and yearly. This is that. Now let's head over to total orders. You can see that the orders are here. You can also send in a message. Let's go back. Let's have the unread message, and you can see that this message is unread. As soon as we hit this mark as read, the message would be read. And if we go back, head over to total orders, send this message. You can see that this message is there. We can also send in a message, hi. So that's working. And now we can also create a new gig. So I'm going to write, I will create next website. I'm going to select a category which is going to be programming and tag, short description, delivery time, revisions, features would be React, Next.js, Tailwind CSS. I'm going to add the images for this gig. So let's select this. And we are going to select this, and we will select this one. Short description, we'll add this, and the price would be $200. Create the gig, and you can see that the gig was created, and now I will search for that gig Next.js, and you can see that the gig was here. And now what I'm going to do is I will sign in with that other user again. Sign in Kishan at youtube.com. I'll switch over to my orders, and what I'm going to do is we'll head over to this messages, and you can see that this message is marked as read because the seller has read this message. Now what I'm going to do is let's head over to this gig, and after you have ordered this gig you can add a review here. So I will add a review. This is super awesome, and I will give it a ratings, and you can see that as soon as I will add the review, the ratings of this would be updated. So one review with 4 star, and it's also here. Now let's give it a second review. Second review, you will see that the ratings would be counted again. So I'll give this 2, add review, and here you can see that the ratings have been calculated again. As you can see, our Fiverr clone is fully functional and looks great too. Now if you want to learn how to create this application step by step, make sure to watch the video. Before we proceed further, I want to request all of you watching this video to please hit the like button and subscribe to this channel. By doing so, you will not only help this video reach a wider audience but also encourage me to create more content more frequently. So please take a moment to hit the like button and subscribe to this channel. Thank you so much in advance for your support. Now let's proceed further. So now let's talk about Kinsta. Kinsta is a cloud platform that offers simple, fast and reliable hosting for your application and databases. With Kinsta, you can easily create databases using MariaDB, Redis, MySQL and PostgreSQL, making it a versatile option for developers and entrepreneurs alike. And the best part, you can try Kinsta for free with a $20 credit to get started. So as you can see that my hosted application takes very less amount of resources on Kinsta and it works perfectly. So now let's create an account on Kinsta by sign up, and you can see that you get free $20 credit. I'll write in my email, my name, last name, a strong password. I agree to the terms, continue, and add on the billing details. And after that, you will be redirected to Kinsta's dashboard. Okay, as you can see that account was created successfully, and now I can create the applications, and you can see that we have 20 credits available. You can add a service from here, the application or database. It's pretty simple. We are gonna host our portfolio at the end on Kinsta with the $20 free credits. So make sure that you watch the video till the end. So now let's get started. So I have opened a new VS Code. I'm gonna open a new terminal, and head over to this website nextjs.org docs, and we are going to set up our Next.js application. So I'm gonna copy this command yarn create next app, head over to VS Code, paste it here, let it install, and now I'm gonna give it a name as Fiverr, hit enter. Would you like to use TypeScript? No. No. Yes, I want Tailwind CSS, and yes, no, that's it. Wait for this to install. Okay, so our setup is complete. I'm gonna start the application by yarn dev. Oh, I need to head over to that directory cd fiverr yarn dev. Wait for the application to start, and let's head over to this URL. Okay, it has opened. That's great, this is working. And let's see if Tailwind was installed successfully. So let's head over to styles, globals. We have this, we don't need this code. Let's remove this and head over to index.js. I'm gonna remove all of this. Again, I'll write RFCE, change the index to capital index, and let's head over here. We have the index here, and what I'm going to do is let's give it a class name, and I'm going to give it a Tailwind class of text large. Didn't change. Let's give it a color of text red 600. Yeah, that's working. Okay, so let me change this to 6XL, and yeah, it is working. So our Tailwind has been successfully set up, and everything is working. We don't need this API folder. Remove that, and styles, that's perfect. What else do we need to do? I think that's it. uh, let's install some dependencies. So that is going to be yarn add Axios. Axios is for data calling, it's an API calling library. Then we are also going to use React icons for the icons across our Next app. I think for now that's it. Let it install, and our Next.js app setup is complete. Next we are going to set up our Node.js app. Okay, so now let's open a new terminal, and in here I'm going to create a new directory, mkdir server. So that's been created. Now I'm going to write npm init -- yes, and what I'm going to do is inside of here, after this main, I'm going to add a type, and this is going to be module. We are not going to use the common JS, we are going to use the modules in Node.js. And after this, let's install the dependencies that we are going to need. Cd server and this package dot json. Okay, I did a mistake. Let's cancel this command, move this to server. Let's head over to server. Are we inside the server? Okay, we are inside the server, and I'm going to add yarn add, and this is going to be express. Then we need the cores library, then we need JSON web token, then we need bcrypt. After that we will also need multer, then we will need the cookie parser. We also need to install this cookie library inside our React app. Then we would need .env for the environment variables. Then we will also need Prisma. So let's do one thing. I'm gonna set up Prisma after the Node.js app. So let's install this for now. While this is being installed, let's create the index.js, and inside the index.js, what I am going to do first is I'm going to import. Let's see one thing, if it is importing everything by itself. So const app is equals to express. Okay, it's not importing, we need to manually import it. Express is equals to not is equals to from express. That's it. Now what I'm going to do is get the port is equals to process dot env dot port, and for this to work I need the .env package. .env from .env, and let's use this package here by .env .config. That's it, and this would work. We also need to create the .env file. We'll do that. Then what are we going to do is we are going to first of all, let's create the server app.listen, pass in the port and a callback function which would just log console.log server is running at http://local host : we need to pass in our port here. That's it, and let's start it. I think we need to add the the script here. So this is going to be yarn start. I think we should write this div because we are going to use nodemon and index.js. We need to install the nodemon. I forgot to install that. So yarn add --dev, and this is going to be nodemon. This is a dev dependency, so it should be inside the dev dependencies. And let's start this by yarn dev and check if it is working. Yarn dev. Okay, this is running, but we haven't defined our port. So for that, new file .env, and inside of this I'm going to pass in my port, which is going to be 3001 for this app. Let's start it again by yarn dev, and the server is working. And now inside the index.js I'm going to do something more, which is the course package. So I'm going to import course from course, and after the port I'm going to use the app.use, call in the course, pass the origin. For now the origin would be http://localhost 3000, and I think this should be from the env itself. So what I'm going to do is remove this from here, head over to env, and what should we name this? Public URL. Okay, this should be public URL equals to this. Let's head over here and use that here, process.env.public URL. That's it. And after this array, I'm going to pass the methods that we are going to accept. So that is get, then we need the post method, we need the put method, we need the patch method, delete method. That's it. These are the methods we are going to use, and we are going to pass the credentials as true because we are going to use the cookies. And I think this is it. And one more step is to use app.use express.json to get the response in JSON format. And yeah, that's it. I think our setup is complete. So our node setup is complete. Now we have to do the Prisma schema and migrations and everything. So we are going to do that. So now we are going to set up Prisma in our Node.js application. So Prisma is a next generation ORM. So it helps in uh, like Prisma supports multiple database providers including PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite. This means that you can switch between different databases providers without changing your application code. So for now we are using the PostgreSQL, and now if you want to change the database to MySQL, you don't need to change any queries. You just have to specify to Prisma that I want to use MySQL instead of PostgreSQL, and it would automatically handle the queries. So the queries are just like MongoDB. So it would automatically convert the NoSQL type queries to SQL type queries. We don't need to learn the PostgreSQL for this project. Prisma is enough. So let's get started with that. So initially what I am going to do is I'm going to install the Prisma. So for that, let's head over to our application. Inside the server, I'm going to add yarn add Prisma, and we are also going to install at Prisma and its client. Let it install. Okay, this is done, and after this I'm going to run npx prisma init. So it will create a Prisma directory here, and inside of that you can see that there's a schema.prisma. Inside of here we have specified our generator and data source, and here we have this provider as PostgreSQL. If you don't want to use PostgreSQL and you want to use MySQL or any other database, you just have to specify here, and the connection URL has to be here. So we have used the database URL as the environment variable, and Prisma did automatically add the database URL. So in here we just have to change the URL. So first of all we need to change the username. For username I'm going to use the default Postgres, and my password is admin. It's on localhost, the port is default, and this is going to be the database name, which is Fiverr. That's it, nothing else. So if you haven't installed the PostgreSQL on your machine, I'll just provide you a link on how to install the PostgreSQL and the PG admin on your machine. So I have already set up this PG admin, and I'm going to refresh this. You can see that there is only one database, Postgres, and now when I will run this Prisma files, then it will automatically create the Prisma data, the Postgres databases. So I'm going to run npx prisma db push, and it will change our schema to the here in PostgreSQL. I'm going to refresh this again, and now you can see that we have the Fiverr database here. Inside of this we don't have any tables as of now. We have to write the models for that. So we are going to be doing in the subsequent parts of the video. So let's get started. Our Prisma setup is also complete now. Okay, so there is some issue in the upcoming section of homepage in my screen, and I'm just gonna show you all the components that we have created and written. You can just pause the screen and write it by yourself again. So we are starting with index here. We have this components here. We created this components in here. In app we have this structure, we have this div, again this div, component, footer, and all of those components are written here. So I'll just show you all of those components. Pause the screen and write it if that's not visible in the upcoming section. This. Okay, so you don't have to write this one. This is just copied from the Fiverr website. I'm gonna show you in the next section how to copy this. So skip this component, and for footer we copied this component, social links, data. That's it. Then the hero banner. And the categories at last. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Now everything would be visible after the uh, hero section. And again, if you want to copy this stuff, you can head over to the GitHub link given in the description of the video and just copy this stuff. These are all some static components. Now let's move further. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paste in the assets that we need. So this is the public folder. So you can find this. I'll be attaching a zip in the description of the video. Just download it, extract it, and paste it inside this public folder. These are just the assets that we need. That's it. So now let's begin our home page. So for that, what I'm going to do is initially our home page is the index page. So first we'll create a components folder here. Components. Inside of that we are going to create some components. So first is the hero banner. Hero banner dot jsx rfce to create the component. RFCE, that's it. And now we have companies.tsx RFCE. After that, okay, this is JSX, not TSX. Whenever we are using TypeScript, it needs to be TSX. Then we have popular services dot JSX RFCE. Then we will have everything dot JSX. Again, we'll need the RFCE. After that, we will have services dot JSX RFCE, not RCE, RFCE. And now we have Fiverr business.jsx. Again, I'll write RFCE, and I think that's it. Yeah, after this we will have the footer, so I'm gonna design that afterwards. So let's head over to index page, index.js. Let me change this to js6, all these components. Okay, so now let's remove this class name and have our hero banner here. After that, we'll have companies, then we'll have popular services. After that, we'll have everything component, then we'll have services, then we'll have Fiverr business, and lastly we'll have join Fiverr. Did we create the join Fiverr component? Oh, we didn't create that. Let's create that. Join Fiverr.jsx rfce not app index join Fiverr. That's it. Yarn dev. Okay, it's working now. So let's begin our app. So initially I'll head over to the app component, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this inside a div for now. Div, and I'm going to give this div a class name, and this is going to be for now margin bottom auto width of full mx of auto. I don't think this is going to be making any sense as of now. Let's do one thing. I'm going to comment this out for now. We'll have that later on. Index, and where did our text go? Inspect console, not console elements, body. Okay, so there's no component that is being written from here. Okay, I think this is the issue. We need to wrap this inside the brackets. Let's uncomment this. That's it. Now we have everything again. Now let's design this hero banner, and for that let's head over to hero banner.jsx, and in here what I'm going to do is first I'm gonna grab the router is equals to use router. Then I'm going to have a state of image and set image for the image carousel. Use state, and initially the first image would be there. After that, what I'm going to do is I don't want to write any JSX. I'll just give this a class name, height 680 pixels, relative, and bg cover. Inside of this I'll have another div with class name as absolute, top of 0, right of 0, and again a width of 110 viewport width, h full, transition, opacity, this class, and z of 0. And inside of this I'm going to use the image component provided by Next.js, image, yeah, this one, image, and the alternative text would be hero here. The source would be bg1 bg hero1 dot png, I think, not png, it's a webp file. And let's give this a fill and give this a class name which is going to be dynamic. So if image triple equals to 1, we will give this an opacity of 100. Okay, this is inside the brackets here, opacity of 100, or else we want to give it a opacity of 0. Opacity dash 100, and this should be inside a string because this is a Tailwind class. Opacity 0, no spaces between the hyphen and the 0. After this, we'll give it a transition of all and duration of 100, not 100, 1000 seconds, not 1000 seconds, 1 second, sorry. Let's head over here. Yeah, we have our image, and now let's have all the other image. I'm going to copy this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this 5 times, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'm going to change the index from here, second, third, not third, this is going to be the fourth, five, and this is 6. Now let's save this. Now if we change the state from here, you can see the images change. So what we are going to do is we are going to use an set interval function, and on every 10th seconds we want to change the states value to 1 2 3 4 5 6. We are going to cycle between all of them. So we will get the image 2 3. On 3 I think we did a mistake. Okay, yeah, 3, and it's working. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a use effect hook. Use effect, pass in the image here, image state, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an interval. Make sure that you store the interval in a variable, because whenever this component is unmounted, we want to clear this interval. So after this, what we are going to do is we are going to set the image less than equal to 6. Oh, not less than equal to, greater than equal to 6. Then we want to cycle it back to 1, or else we are going to increment the image variable. And now we have an error. Okay, that's it, image, and I want to run this on every 10,000, not 10,000, 1,000 milliseconds. Oh, that's in 1 second, so 10 seconds, so 10,000 milliseconds would be here. And after this, I'm going to return the clear interval and interval. So this is the cleanup function here. Whenever this component would be unmounted, we want to check that here. That's it. Let's refresh this. Let's wait and see if the image changes. Yeah, image is changing. It is working. Now, after this, we'll have our elements here to search and everything. So for that, let's do that. So after this div here, we'll have another div with class names as z10 relative. Then we need width of 650 pixels. This is not 2, this is w with 650 pixels. Then we'll give it a flex class name, justify center, flex call, h full, gap of 5, ml of 20. Why is this not working? I think I need to remove this, and let's paste in the class names here, remove the dot. That's it. And let's remove this 0 from here. And inside this div, what I'm going to do is I will have an h1 tag with class name of text white. Then we'll have text 5xl and a leading snug. Leading snug. And here the text would be find the perfect ampersand NBSP. Now we'll have an I tag which will have freelance. Then we'll have an BR tag, services for your business. Let's save this and check it. Yeah, we have the text here. Now after this, what we'll have is an div which will have a class of flex and align middle. Inside of this we'll have class name as relative. Then we'll have an input, its type would be text. We don't need any name for this and not any ID. Text, this would have class name as height of 14, width of 450 pixels. This is a square bracket. Whenever we want to use any dynamic value in the Tailwind, we'll just use the square brackets. After this, we'll have padding left of 10, rounded MD, rounded R of none. Then we'll have a placeholder. The placeholder would be try building mobile app. Okay, for that, curly braces and this try building mobile app. That's it. And let's check it. Yeah, we have this here. Now after this, we'll have a button. So let's have this after this div, and the button would have the class name as bg hash 1 d B F73, then we'll give it a text white, and after that we'll give it a px of 12, text of LG, px of 12, then we did give px of 12, then we need font semi bold, rounded R MD, that's it, and we'll have here search. Let's check it out. Yeah, it's looking perfect. Now after this we need the badges here. So for that, after this button, let's end this div. We have another div. We'll give it a class name of text white, flex, and a gap of 4. Write popular here, and after this we have a UL tag with a class name of flex and gap of 5. Inside of this we'll have li with class name of text sm py of 1, oh, py of 1. Now what should we do next? Let's give it a px of 3, border, rounded full, hover of bg white, hover text white, and this is not an underscore, this is a colon, hover text white, then this is going to be black, sorry. We'll give it a transition all property and a duration of 300, cursor of pointer, and inside the li we will have website design. Let's head over here. Yeah, this is working. Now let's do one thing. Let's just copy this 2 more times, change this to WordPress, and logo design, and let's do one more with AI services. That's it. This is looking great, and for now this won't work because we still have to create the logic for this. We are going to do that afterwards. So now let's do the div for companies. So let's head over to companies and remove this text. This is going to have the class name of flex, item center, justify center, then text gray of 400, after that text 2xl, font bold, not black, we need bold, then min height of 11 viewport height, and let's write trusted by and give this a space with NBSP. Let's have a UL with flex, justify center, gap 10, ml of 10. Now we are going to use an array with values 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and we are going to map this. Make sure to wrap this inside a curly bracket, num the arrow function and will return an li. The key would be here as the num, and let's give this a class name with relative h of 4.5. This should be inside the square brackets, 4.5 rem, and width would be 4.5 rem. That's it. Now let's use the image tag here. Image alt would be trusted bronze. We'll provide the fill prop to automatically fill the image size as its parent container. So that would be 4.5 rem and 4.5 rem. And source of the image would be trusted, and we are going to give it a dynamic num dot png. That's it. Let's check it. Oh, the images are not here, so this is trusted num dot png. That's not working. Let me open up the console. We have the UL, we have the image here, but it's not showing up. I don't know why. Let me refresh this. I think, let me give this a background color, BG black. Okay, the images are still not visible. Okay, we provided a height here, but we have an error. Okay, I think I know the issue. Yeah, we have a dot here. Yeah, the images are visible now. Let's remove this BG black. That's it. So this section is also complete. Now let's do the popular services. Popular services. And for this, I'm going to use an array. I'm going to paste it here. You can just copy the array. Its name is popular services data. The name is AI services, label, and the image. You can just pause the video and copy all of this data, not wasting time and writing it again. And now we are going to map over this, and before that I'm also going to use the use router. Yeah, we need router is equals to use router, and inside of here I'm going to give this a class name which is going to be mx20 my of 16. Inside of this we'll have an h2 with a class name as text 4xl mb of 5 text, and this is going to be a color which would be defined by us 404145, and after this we'll give it a font of bold, and the h2 would have popular services. That's it. After this h2 will have a ul with class name of flex, then we'll give it a flex wrap gap of 16, and we are going to map the popular services data dot map, and we are going to destructure the name, the label, and the image. Now let's return an li from here with key as the name, and this li is small li, and I think we need the rounded brackets instead of the curly braces. Name, and inside of this we also need to provide a class name here. Class name would be relative, and a cursor pointer. Also will provide an on click value here, so whenever this element is clicked, we are going to use the router dot push, and we haven't defined this page yet, but we want to redirect this to search page with the query as name dot to lowercase to lower, okay, this is dot name dot to lowercase, that's it. After this, inside of the li, we'll have div with class name as absolute, z of 10, text white, then let's give it a left of 5, top of 4, and span would be having the label. We'll use h6 dot font extra bold. Text would be 2xl, and we'll provide the name here. And after this, we'll have again a div with height as 80 and width as 72. Inside of this div, our image will go. So import the next image. Source would be image, and we'll give the fill attribute. Alternate service would be service. That's it, and we can see that it's here. Yeah, okay, so now that is looking perfect. My screen size is very big, so this was not visible perfectly. Now it's visible perfectly. Okay, now we have this 4 sections, so now we'll have the everything. Let's head over to VS Code, everything, and for this I'm again going to copy the data. So this is the everything data. This is just title, subtitle, title, subtitle. You can write anything over here, or you can pause the video and just write this by yourself. So I'm not gonna waste the time for that. And let's do one thing. I can copy the component also. That's just the basic stuff. We don't want to waste our time in this. So here this is a main div with this class names, then this is some basic text, then we map this everything data. That's very simple. We also need to import this bs check circle from React icons. So import bs check circle from React icons bs package. That's it. And that's pretty much it. Now image is not defined, so we also need to import the image. And yeah, that's it. So this is the pretty basic stuff. So for services we are going to just do something like this. We're going to map it. So services, services, and what I'm going to do here is, let's remove this text, give this a class name of mx of 20, my of 16. After this we'll have an h2 with text for excel, mb of 10, then we'll have text as 4041 and 45, then we'll give font bold. Inside h2 we'll have you need it, v ampersand apostrophe vf, got it. That's it. And after this we'll have an ul with class name as grid, grid calls of 5, gap of 10. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to define some categories. So we are going to use that categories throughout the application. So I'm going to create a new folder inside the source directory, and this is going to be utils. And inside of that I'm going to create a new file named as categories.js, and I'm going to paste this categories. So these are all the categories that we are going to use in our application. So this is an array of name and the logo. So that's pretty much it. If you want to add more categories, you can just change this array. If you want to add it, you can add a more object and with the image, and you can also remove it. So that's the reusable stuff. Now inside these services we are going to map that category object here. So categories, make sure that it is imported dot map. We are going to destructure the name and the logo, arrow function, and we are going to return an li with key as name, give it a class name of flex call, justify center, item center, cursor pointer. When we hover over this, we want to give it a shadow of 2 XL. Again the hover property, and we'll give it a border of the green color, which is 1D BF 73 1D. Now after this, we'll give it a border of 2. Border would be transparent. Then we'll give it a P of 5, transition all, and duration of transition would be 500 seconds. And inside of the li we'll have the image and the span tag. Li image span, make sure the image is imported. So the source is the logo, height and width are static, span of name, that's it. And I'm going to add an on-click listener here on the li. When we click over this, we want to add this router.push search, and we'll just pass the category as name. For this to work, we need to import const router is equals to use router, that's it. And cannot read properties of undefined. Okay, I used this but I didn't imported it. Okay, it's been imported. Categories, I think I didn't save this. Yeah, this is working. We have our categories here. When we click over this, the search page with category, but we didn't define this page yet. Now the Fiverr business, let's do that. Fiverr business, and this is some simple JSX component, nothing special. Fiverr business, and I'm just going to copy and paste this. Copy, paste, wrap this and this. Still got some error. Okay, Fiverr logo is not defined. We have to create this Fiverr logo. So I'm going to copy this from a GitHub gist. Give me a minute. Okay, so instead of copying that from GitHub gist, I'm going to show you a new way. I want you to head over to fiverr.com, the original Fiverr, and we are going to inspect this by right clicking here, the logo, and we are going to copy this SVG from here, copy and copy element. Now what I'm going to do is, inside the components, I'm going to create a new file which would be Fiverr logo.jsx rfce here, and instead of this div, I'm going to paste that element here, and yeah, that's it. And here we'll pass a prop which would be fill color, and instead of this G here, the fill, I'm going to have dynamically the fill color, that's it. Now let's use that in our Fiverr business here. Where is the Fiverr logo? Yeah, we already passed the white color as the fill color. Fiverr logo, import it, save it, and we also need to import this BS check circle. So I'm going to head over to everything, copy this and paste that here. And now I also need to import this next image. Save this. You can write this component by pausing this video, and let's head over to our clone. We still have error bs check circle not defined. We did define it. Okay, this is here bs check circle. Let's refresh this. Okay, the error is gone, and we have the Fiverr business here. Now that's just left is the join Fiverr. So that is also going to be pretty simple. Join Fiverr. I'm just going to copy paste the component because it's just gonna waste time of ours. You can write it by yourself. Simple JSX div h4 button join Fiverr image. We need to import this next image, and that's it. It's pretty simple component. Refresh this, and we need to remove this. Let's head over to end, and yeah, it's here. Now all that is left is to create a footer and the navbar and the auth model for this. So initially what we are going to do is we are going to create the footer first, and the footer is also some pretty basic stuff. Footer.jsx, and for footer what I'm going to do, let me check. Yeah, so for footer we have various arrays for mapping. So I'm going to just copy the entire footer component, and I'll just show you that what it is. So first, this is the footer component. Then we have the social links here. So these are just some array of object with name, icon. We imported the icon and the link. That's it. Copy this first, and after this we have this data. So first we'll map the categories data. So header name would be categories, then we have links, and we are destructuring that links array which we are mapping. So name, link, that's it. Then we have the header name of about. This is just static name and link. Same for support and same for community. You can just copy paste it. Now we have at the end this move from Fiverr. That's just boilerplate code, and after this we are mapping this footer. So data.map, this is just that. After that we are mapping the social links. That's it. So this is our entire JSX. You can pause the video, copy this, and I think that's it. Let me save this, and now what we are going to do is we are going to use this inside the app.jsx. So after this div here we are going to use the footer, and for that we need one more div and wrap this entire thing inside this div, and let's check it. We have our footer here. It's looking great. So these are the data links and the logo Fiverr and the social links. When we click over this, we will be directed to the search page with the category. So we have written the logic. So inside the footer we have the on click here somewhere. On click, there's no on click. Okay, we use the link tag instead of on click. So links.map link href, that's it. So when we click over this, will be redirected to the link, and link component is from React Next link that's provided by Next.js. So the link component is nothing but a tag, anchor tag. That's it. So our footer is also complete. Now we have to create the navbar and the auth model. So first we are going to create the auth model, which is just the login sign up model. So first we'll do that, then we'll create the navbar, and after that we'll just create the functionality for login and sign up. So basically our home page is complete as of now. So now let's create the auth page, not page but component. Okay, so now let's start for the auth model. So for that, let's head over to components. And before that, I would like to do one thing. I'm going to create a new folder in here, which is landing. And I'm going to move all of these components inside of this landing. So everything is more organized. The Fiverr logo is outside of landing. Yeah, that's it. Now let's head over to index, and we have to make sure that the components are imported from landing only once. That's it. Let's check it, and could not resolve Fiverr logo. So I think that is inside the Fiverr business, and Fiverr logo is from outside. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah. Okay, so everything is working now. Now let's create the auth model. Close this, new file, auth wrapper dot jsx rfce, and what I'm going to do is this is going to go inside of here. Yeah, that's it. We'll have the auth wrapper here, auth wrapper. No, I think this shouldn't be here. That's a mistake. And let's head over to index.jsx, and let's have the auth wrapper here. Did we remove it? Yeah. Auth wrapper. Okay. Now let's head over to auth wrapper, and let's get started with the styling. So let's remove this. Class name would be fixed, top of 0, z index would be, we are going to give it 100 because this is on top of everything. After this we will have a div with a class name of h 100 viewport height, and width 100 viewport width. Then we'll give it a backdrop filter, and that should be backdrop filter medium. After this we'll give it a fixed top, fixed and top of 0. Now after this we'll also give this an id of blur div, id equals to blur div, and after this div we'll again have height of 100 viewport height, width of 100 viewport height, and the pretty basic stuff. So slash div 100 viewport height, width, flex cool, justify content, item center. That's it. Then we'll have a class name with fixed. Now z index would be 101, height max, width max, and background of white, flex call, justify center, item center, and this is going to have an ID of Auth Modal. And now inside of this div we are going to have our contents, and this is the div with flex call, justify content, item centers, padding of 8, gap of 7, pretty basic stuff. And now we'll have h3 with login to Fiverr, and let's check it out. We have the model login to Fiverr, and after that I am going to copy some divs. Okay, after this h3 I have copied this div here. So this div is pretty simple. Class name flex, inside of that we have a button, the styles of buttons, you can see that from here, the Facebook button and the Google button. For this we also need to import the logos, so I'm gonna copy that, and you can import the logos. React icons, and this is from MD. That's it. Now let's check it here. Yeah, we have the logo, and I also copied this or, you can see that. I'll also show you the styles of this. And now after that our span is there, and I'm going to have the inputs. So for that, after this div I'm going to have another div with flex call, gap of 5, that's it. And inside of this we'll have the input type text, name equals to, not inside of this, name equals to email. After that we'll give it a placeholder as email, and we'll give it a class name of border slate, and this would be around 300. Then we'll give it a padding of 3 and a width of 80. That's it. Now let's check it out here. Yeah, we have this perfect. Now I'm going to copy this, paste it, and now this is going to be password, again password, that's it. Email and password are here. Now we want a button, so after this input I'm going to have a button which would have continue. Yeah, it is here. Now let's style this, give it a class name, and background would be the Fiverr green color, which is hexadecimal 1D BF73. Close this, and text of white. After this we'll give it a px of 12, text of large. After that font semi bold, rounded R of medium, padding of 3, then we'll also give it a width of 80 as we gave to the inputs, and yeah, this is looking perfect. We also need to fix the services. This should be in the middle. So while doing this, let's head over to popular services, UL flex wrap, and justify content center. So yeah, it is in the center, and I think this should be also there. Let's give it a margin left of 10. Would that work? No, we need more. Yeah. And margin bottom should be increased to 10. Yeah, this is looking great now. Now let's do one thing. We have to style this h1 also. I forgot to do that. Not h1, h3. Let's head over to auth wrapper, h3, class name, and this is going to have text of 2xl, then font semi bold, text slate 700. That's it. Let's check it out. Yeah, this is great. Now all that is left is to add the span tag for the page change. No, not the page change, but the model change. So after this div, we'll also close this div and a new div with padding y of 5. We'll also give it a width of full flex, items center, justify center, border top, then border slate 400, not 100, 400, and inside of this we'll have span with text, not test, text sm, and text slate of 700. This would have not a member yet. Again, in the span tag we'll write not a member yet, join now, and this would have the class name as text hash 1 db f73, our green color, and a cursor of pointer. Let's check it out. Okay, this is not visible yet. Okay, it's here. Not a member yet, join now. Perfect. So now let's do one thing. What we are going to do is when we click this join now button, we want to change the state of this and open the sign up model. So for that, initially we have to set up the context. We are not going to use Redux toolkit or Redux inside of this app because Redux is not a good choice with Next.js. We have to write more boilerplate code to introduce Redux with Next.js because of the hydration stuff. So I've switched to context for this. So let's set up the context inside our application. So for that, I'm going to create a new folder named as context. Inside of context, we are going to create state context dot jsx. Then for reducers, we are going to use state reducers dot js, and for the reducer types we are going to use constants to maintain them so we don't make any spelling mistakes. So I'm going to use constants.js. Now inside the state context, we are going to create our context. So first what I'm going to do is export const state context. State context is equals to create context. Make sure that create context is imported from React. That's it. Now I will also pass an state provider which we are going to wrap around our app. So state provider equals to the function inside it will have our initial state, the reducer, and our children, which would be our React elements. And now we'll pass in the state context dot provider and children, and also will pass value here as use reducer and the initial state. That's it. So this is the basic context setup. Now inside the state reducers, what I'm going to do is we are going to export initial state equals to first show login model as false and show sign up model as false. That's it. And now what I'm going to do is const reducer is equals to state and the action, and we are going to use switch here and action dot type. Initially we are going to write the default here, default, which would be return the state. Now inside the constants, I'm going to create the reducer cases. Const reducer cases equals to this is going to be toggle login model first. So toggle login model, this is going to be the same. Copy this, paste it. Now toggle sign up model, and again we are going to copy this, paste it here, and that's it. So why we are using this constants is because we can directly use this variable. If it was not the case, then we have to manually type this, and sometimes it makes errors while typing this values. So for that it's best choice to use the constants file. So inside of here now we are going to have a case of toggle login model and toggle sign up model. So case, which is reducer cases dot, you can see that we can directly select from here. We don't have to type in the name, so it's a great way to use that. So toggle login model, then return dot state, and show login model equals to action dot show login model, and this is for enabling and disabling the login model or the sign up models. we are going to do the same for sign up model. So instead of this is going to be toggle sign up model, and instead of show login model, show sign up model, and show sign up model. That's it. And now we are going to export our reducer from here. Export default reducer. That's it. And now we are going to add this to our app.js, and instead of this div here, what I'm going to do is, let's keep this div as of now. No, I don't think we need this. We'll just replace this div with state provider, and state provider here, pass in the initial state as initial state. Make sure that you import from the state reducers. After that, we'll also pass in our reducer function that we just created right now. Pass in the reducer. That's it. Now inside of our, which file we were in, auth wrapper, yeah, auth wrapper, will check. So now instead of here, let's go to our index.jsx, and we are going to use the useState provider here. Const equals to useState provider, and I think we have to manually import it. Import from /context, and this is going to be state context, and use state provider. Copy. Let me check it inside our state context. Yeah, I forgot to use context here, so export const use state provider equals to use context, and pass in our state context here. That's it. So now we'll able to do that. Now inside of here, we want the show login model and show sign up model. So for that, show login model, show sign up model. That's it. And after the join Fiverr, what I'm going to do is, we'll check if show login model or show sign up model is true. Only then we want our auth wrapper. We'll remove that from here. This is end condition, and this should be inside the brackets. And we'll also pass in a type prop here. If show login model is true, so show login model is true, then we want to pass in the login value, or we will pass the sign up. So that's it. Now if we check here, you can see that the model has been disappeared because neither of these values are true. So what I'm going to do is head over to our state reducers, and switch this to true, and refresh the page, and you can see that our model is here. I'll again refresh the page. You can see that model is here. I'm going to switch this to false, refresh it, and you can see that it has been disappeared. So our reducers are working perfectly. Now let's head over to the auth wrapper and use everything that we created. So first we'll have the type here, uh, type, and after this what we are going to do is const equals to use state provider, and let's grab in the show login model, show sign up model. Let's copy that from here, and we are going to also include a dispatch method to change the state. That's it. And while we are here, we are going to do one more thing. We are going to use the use state snippet and have a state of values and set values, and initially this would be an object with email as empty string and password as empty string. Make sure that you import use state. That's it. Now we'll also create a handle change, const handle change equals to arrow function. Will grab in the event, and what I'm going to do is set values, and destructure the values, and dynamic key name, which is e dot target dot name and e dot target dot value. So this is for changing the input values and have setting that to a control component. So now let's implement that. Value as data dot email, not data, values, we named it values dot email, and we already give that a name. And for on change we'll have handle change. Let's copy this, paste it here. This is going to be password. The name is already the password, and handle change would work perfectly. Now after this span here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check here that if it is a type is of login or sign up. So type triple equals to login. Then we want to show this span, or else we will copy this, paste it, and we'll show login now. That's it. And we'll do the same here. Instead of login, we'll have sign up if type triple equals to login. Then we will show login to Fiverr, or else we will show login to, not login, sign up to Fiverr, sign up to Fiverr. Let's replace this with strings. Let's check it out here. Login to Fiverr. Okay, that's working. And not a member yet, join now. Now let's head over here inside our state reducers, not reducers. Yeah, here. And let's make this false and make this true, sign up model, and refresh it. You can see that sign up to Fiverr is true and not a member yet, login now. Okay, we also have to change this text to already a member. So let's do that. So that should be inside our auth wrapper. and I am going to have this text inside of this, and we are going to replace this with this, copy this, and this is going to be already a member, login now. That's it. Now what we are going to do is, on the click of this login now and sign up now, we want to change this model. So for that, I'm going to write some logic of dispatching. So on click here, on click, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to dispatch method and give it type of reducer cases dot toggle sign up model, this, and show sign up model would be false. Okay, I think I made a mistake. This one should be here, and this is going to be toggle login model and show login model, and after this I'm going to copy this, paste it, that's it, and paste it here. Why are we getting an error? Okay, this should be inside a curly bracket. Yeah. Instead of this, we'll have toggle sign up model, and this would be true. Now same goes for here, toggle sign up model false, and we need this dispatch from here. Let's wrap this in a curly bracket, paste it here, and this is going to be true. So we are just toggling the model, login now, join in now. There was some error, I think. Login now and join now. When we click this, show login models is false, and okay, this is going to be show sign up model. Refresh it, login now, sign up. Yeah, we are toggling the model. Now we'll also do one thing. We are going to blur the background here. So let's do that. Okay, so for blur, we already added this blur div, but we made a mistake. Instead of this filter, we want to replace this with blur. So background blur, medium, and now you can see that this is medium. Not medium, but the blur. So yeah, this is working. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to log in and sign up. So creating a user and signing up the user, so that functionality, and after that we'll have the navbar. We are having the navbar afterwards because we need the user info after the login inside the navbar, so we'll do that afterwards. So let's have the login and sign up functionality now. So now let's head over to our Prisma schema, and I'm going to add a new model here for user. model user. It's just like the schema we define in the MongoDB. So we need an ID with a type of integer, and we are going to say that this is the ID, and by default it should be auto increment from 0. Then after this we need an email with type as string, and the email should be unique. What is the error here? ID and okay, I think default. Okay, there were two brackets there. Okay, that's done. Unique. Then we need the password, which is of type string. Now after this we'll have username, which is of type string, and the username should also be unique. After this we'll have full name, which is of string, and this is optional. Also we'll make the username optional because initially when we create a user, it would be created via email and password only by the APIs. Then as soon as the user has been created, the user would be redirected to the profile page, and from there he has to add the username, his first name, and the description. So for now it's optional. Now we'll also give description as string, and this is also going to be optional. Then this profile image, which is optional as well, and is profile set, is profile info set. This is going to be of type boolean, and by default it would be have a value of false. So from this property we will know that is the user info set or not. If it is not set, then at every login we want to redirect the user to profile, and if it is set, then there's no need for redirection. Then after that, created at, this is going to be of date time, and by default we are going to give this a value of now. After this we'll have gigs. There's no need for gigs for now. Let's have the user as of now. And now I'll head over to the second terminal, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to write npx prisma db push. Wait for it. Okay, so it's done. If you want to check, I'll just open my pg admin. It's starting. We can do also one thing. I'll open up the Prisma Studio so you'll know what it is. npx Prisma Studio instead of pg admin. And yeah, here it is. It's connected with our database, and this is just the UI for our database provided by Prisma. So it's connected to our Fiverr database. Now if you want to check the pg admin, this is the pg admin. I'll provide in my password. So databases, Fiverr, and schema, and inside of this table you can see that we have the user table as we created. Inside that we have all the fields here, you can see that also. So our Prisma is working. So yeah, that's it. Let's close this, and I'll close the Prisma Studio as of now. We'll be using Prisma Studio much. I'll show you that afterwards after we add the data. Let's close this. Let's quit the Prisma Studio, and I'm going to start my Node.js server yarn dev. Okay, I think package.json, and this should be index.js. Let's start it again. Server is running at localhost 3001. Now what I'm going to do is, inside the server I'm going to create a routes folder. Then I'm going to create a folder with name controllers and a middleware folder. Now let's head over to routes and create a new route named as auth routes.ts, not ts.js. I'm very sorry about that. Auth routes, and inside of auth routes what I'm going to do is const auth routes is equals to router, and the router should be imported from express and router. That's it. Now I'm going to export default the auth routes. That's it. And other thing is auth routes dot post sign up, and we are going to create the sign up controller. So let's head over to controllers and create a new file, auth controllers.ts. Again, that's not a ts file, js file. Export const sign up equals to async request response and next. That's it. Now let's head over to auth routes. Make sure that it is imported from here. Now we are going to use this route, and for doing that let's head over to index.js, and before this app.use express.json, not before this, after this we are going to use app.use and slash API slash auth, and we are going to use the auth routes. And before that we are also going to use the cookie parser here, because we are going to use the cookies, so we will need the cookie parser. And that's it. So now let's head over to auth controllers, and in here what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap every API call into try catch, because it's a very good practice. Console.log error, and if there's an error, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return response dot status as 500 and dot send something went wrong, or we can write internal server error. That's it. Now inside our try block what I'm going to do is const Prisma is equals to new Prisma client. After this, we will require the email and password equals to request dot body. We need the email and password from request body, so we have to send that. And now if we are going to check if there is an email and password, then only we want to proceed further. And if there is not an email, we want to return from here, return this dot status, and we are going to use the 400 code, and we are going to send a message that email and password are required. Email and password are email and password required. That's pretty smooth. Required. That's it. Now inside of here, what I'm going to do is get the user is equals to await, and I'm going to use Prisma dot, and you can see that we have the user method here, user, and on it we have the create method, create. We will pass in an object here which would have data. We'll pass in our email and we'll pass in our password. That's it. Now we don't want to store the plain password here, so what we are going to do is we are going to create a method here to generate the password by bcrypt. So generate password equals to async get the password, and we'll get the salt is equals to await gen salt. So make sure that gen salt is imported from bcrypt. So that's it. And now what we'll do is return await hash the password with our generated salt. That's it. Now we are going to use that here. This is going to be await generate password, and we'll pass in our password here. That's it. Now after this is created, we'll use return response dot cookie response.cookie with jwt, and we want to create a token here and pass it to the cookie. So for that we are going to use another function here which would be const create token. We'll get the email and the user ID and pass that inside the payload of the token. So we'll use jwt. Okay, we need to import jwt. So import jwt from JSON web token, and we are going to use jwt.sign. We'll pass in the email and the user ID here. If you want to pass any more parameters, then you can just pass it on here inside the token. And we have to create a new environment variable here. So first we'll create the max age, in what amount the token should be expired. So we'll use 3 into 24 into 60 into 60. Now we'll use expires in as the max age, and in here we just have to pass any key to encode and decode the token. For that, let's head over to here, and I'm going to create a new entry in the environment variables, and this is going to be our jwt key. This is going to be Fiverr clone. This could be anything. You can write anything here. That's your private key and don't share it with anyone. Now we'll use that by process dot env dot jwt key. That's it. Now we are going to use that here. Create token. We'll pass in the user id here. First we need the email. So email is email, and we'll get user.id. Now after this we'll pass in HTTP only as true. After that, no, not true, we want to pass that as false, and cookie max age would be max age in 2000. That's it. Now we also want to change the status method here as 201 because that's the created response code. We created the user here, so we'll pass 201, and JSON would be user id user.id, and email would be user.email. That's it. So our sign up API is completed, I think. And now let's head over to our React app here, Next.js app. And inside the utils, I'm going to create a new file named as constants.js. This is going to have every API route of my Next.js application here. So I'm going to first write export const host equal to process.env.server URL, and we have to define this variable. We'll do that in a minute. Then we'll have export const API URL equals to host slash API. After this, we'll have export const auth routes equals to API URL slash auth, and after this we'll have export const login, not login, sign up route equals to auth routes and sign up. So make sure that whenever you create any application, you follow this kind of practices of using constants, not to use any strings, because that can lead to mistakes anywhere, and this can be also reusable. So if you have multiple paths for sign up, then you can use this route here. So that's a very useful thing. Now let's head over to our auth wrapper, and inside of here we have to write the logic for API calling. So after this here, we'll create a function handle click equals to async wrap this inside a try catch. Never forget that whenever we are calling any API from front end or back end, we want to wrap that inside a try catch. Const email and password is equals to values. We want to destructure that from values. Now if there is an email and password, then only we want to proceed further, and we'll have const response is equals to await axios dot post, and we are going to use the sign up route here. Sign up route will pass in the email and password as the body, email password, and will also pass with credentials as true. This is for storing the cookie. Now let's console the response. That's it. Okay, we also need to use this, and let's console log the error. Handle click, on click, handle click. That's it. Now let's head over to our Fiverr clone, reload this, and we are in the sign up page, location sheet, my password, continue, and let's open up the console. Okay, we got an error. Okay, we didn't mention the server route, I think. For that, give me a minute. Inside our next config here, we are going to expose an env environment variable, which is server URL, and this is going to be http://localhost 8747, or what was our server running on. Let's head over to the env and check it. It's on 3001 port, so this is going to be here as 3001, and make sure that we have to reload our server and the next app. So yarn dev, same goes for the server, yarn dev. Okay, in the server we are having error, cannot find module. Let's head over to index. Still not working, cannot find module Next.js server routes, auth routes. Did you mean okay, I need to add the .js file here to make it work, and this should be like this. Still not working. Let me check it. Auth routes /routes auth routes.js, and inside the auth routes what I have written is export default auth routes equals to router. That's perfect. Now why is this giving error? Cannot find module. Okay, this is for the auth controllers. We also need to add a JS file here. Now does not provide export named auth routes. So yeah, this is working now. So we just had to add the .js here, and inside of auth routes we had to add the .js, and here .js. So if you are importing any local files inside the JavaScript Node.js, then we have to pass in the .js if we are using this option inside the package as type as module. That's it. Now let's try this again. Refresh. Location, continue, and yeah, we are getting this created. Let's check the network tab. Response is ID and email. Are we getting the cookie? Let's check it. Yeah, we are getting this set cookie and we have our Jwt token here. You can see that. And if we go to this cookies, let me refresh this. Okay, I'm not able to access the cookies here. Let me do one thing, 127.0.0.1. There are no cookies here. Let me check inside the Fiverr. Okay, it is here. But inside of our app, the cookie is not being set. We need to fix that. Inside the auth controller, rest.cookie, create token, email, user ID, HTTP only, max age. Let me check that, give me a minute. Okay, I think there was not any issue, but we are not able to access the cookie. So for now, let's leave it. If we encounter any error, then I'll research into it more further. Now, after this, I'm going to dispatch a new type as close auth model, and for that I need to go to the constants here, and this is going to be close auth model. This is going to be close auth model. That's it. Now, not the state context but reducers. I'm going to have reducer cases dot close auth model as return dot state, and after this we'll have show login model as false and show sign up model as false. Okay, this is triple dots. That's it. Now let's head over to our auth wrapper, and inside of here I'm going to just call that by reducer cases dot close auth model. That's it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the data from here. Inside from that I'll get the user, and if there is a user, I want to dispatch type reducer cases dot set user. We need to define this, so let's head over to our constants, set user, and inside our reducer we are going to add here user info. Initially this is going to be undefined, and case reducer cases dot set user. This is going to return triple dot state, and we'll set the user info as action dot user info. That's it. Now let's head over to auth wrapper, set user, and user info would be user. That's it. And after this, I want to hard reload the window dot location dot reload. That's it. Now what I'm going to do is, we also want to log in from here, so I'm going to check if type triple equals to login, then we need the login route. So for a login route, I'm going to head over to constants inside our utils, and I'm gonna write export const login route equals to auth routes slash login. Okay, that's it. Save it and head over to here and login route, or else sign up route, and everything else remains the same. That's it. Now we are going to head over to our auth routes, and we also need to create the route for login. Auth routes dot post, this is going to be login. Let's head over to auth controllers, copy this, paste it, change this to login, head over to auth routes, make sure that you import that here, and inside our login, what I'm going to do is auth controllers, this is the same, and if there is if there is email and password, I am going to use the find unique method from here, and instead of data I'm going to use where to pass in the email. So what we are doing is, we are first fetching the user from our database, then we'll compare the database password and the password that the user sent us, and if they both match, then we'll create the token and send it to the user, or else we'll just send an error that the password is invalid. So I'll just show you also that in what format we store the password. Npx Prisma Studio, and in here you can see that now we have a data here. You can edit this data, we don't want to edit it, and you can see that our password was encrypted here. We have null values for username, full name, and everything here, and the created at is the default now. So that's it. Now let's head over to here, close this, yarn dev again. Let's compare our password by the user sent password. Now if not user, then we'll pass in an error of 400 that there is no user with the email. User not found error. Now auth equals to await compare function. Make sure that compare is imported from bcrypt here, compare, and we have to use the bcrypt compare password and user dot password. That's it. If it is correct, and if both password matches, then it will return true or else it will return false. So if not auth, then again copy paste this, and this is going to be invalid password. That's it. Now again we'll have return response dot cookie and everything. So for that, I think this should work. Return response dot cookie jwt create token email user id and brackets http only false message is message into 1000, then status as this is going to be 200 because we have not created it but just sending the json. So dot json user is user id and email is email. So that's it, and now let's log in here. Let me open this, log in now, and first I'm going to log in with a different user which is not in the database, and you can see that there is an course error. We need to fix this. Okay, I think I know the error now. Public URL is http localhost 3000. That's correct. Why are we getting an course error then? Inside index app.use course origin. Are we getting this? Let's hardcode this. Let's do one thing. Const origin equals to process.env.public URL, and let's console this out. Origin. Open up this. Origin is localhost 3000. Localhost 3000, and yeah, we have the error because we are here 127. We need to this localhost. Now let's use this. Login now. Steven 1234. Continue, and now we have the 400 error, which is user not found. Now let's use my user, and I'm going to change the password which is incorrect, and now we'll again have the error that invalid password, and now I'm going to log in with the correct password, and now you can see that we reloaded the page because it was successful. Now we need to close this auth model and have the navbar because we have the user info inside our app. So let's do that, and we also want to do that on every reload. We want to grab the user info from the cookie of the browser. So let's do that functionality. So now before proceeding further, we have to make certain changes to our applications, which is we set the cookie inside the auth controller from here, but when I hosted the application, it was not working because we have hosted the application on different domains. So to make sure that it works, we are going to remove this cookie from here, and instead what I'm going to do is pass in the JWT here and create the token, pass in the email and user ID here, email and user.id. So we are creating the token here. I'll just copy this and do the same for the sign up. Instead of this return, I'm going to change this to this. So we are just sending the token inside the JSON response, and now what I'm going to do is inside the auth wrapper, I'm going to grab the set cookie function. For that, I need to install the React cookies package. So for that to work, I'm gonna install yarn add, and it is going to be React cookies, I think. Yeah, React hyphen cookie. Wait for it to install. Okay, it has been installed. Now let's start our server yarn dev. Let's close this, and now I'm going to import that hook is equals to use cookie, not import, this is const, and in here the first argument is the cookies and the second argument is set cookies. So now after this call, I'm also going to destructure the JWT from here, and after this here I'm going to set the cookies. The name would be JWT and the value would be the JWT. Set it, and we are going to close the auth model. So that's it. Now let's see if this works. I'm going to refresh the page. Going to log in first of all, 1 2 3 4, and make sure that we don't have any cookies in our application. Cookies, we have the JWT here. I am going to remove this, so we don't have any cookie as of now. Hit continue. We have the JWT, it is set it perfectly. Now let's do for the sign up. This is the sign up. I'm going to use one, not one. This is going to be kulkishan@gmail.com. 1 2 3 4. Continue. Okay, the cookies are being set. So yeah, our cookies are working. Now let's do the navbar part. So for that, we'll create a new component here which is named as navbar.tsx, not tsx, tsx. I'm sorry for that because I regularly use TypeScript in all my projects, so it's a habit. So now inside the navbar, let's do one thing. We are going to import the navbar inside the app.jsx first. So we'll see the changes. So inside app.jsx, before the footer, I'm going to use the navbar here. Navbar. Also, I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to wrap this inside a div and give it a class name of relative flex call, and I'm going to give it a height of screen and justify between. That's it. And I think this is it. So let's refresh it. Yeah, that's it. Now we also have to close this auth model. For that, I am going to head over to state reducers and change this value to false for now. Refresh. It is working. We have the navbar here, and while we are here, let's do one thing. I am going to have this favicon here and change this localhost. I have this favicon because I have run my completed project and it's stored in the cache, so it's showing, but in your case it won't be showing. So let's do that. So for that to work, let's head over to app.jsx, and inside the state provider I'm going to import the head and use it. So make sure that head is imported from next, and head, this one, close this, and inside of head I'm going to pass in the title tag, and this is going to have Fiverr clone. Save it and let's see if it is working. Yeah, it is. This is changed, and let's do the favicon also. In your case it won't be working, so link, this is going to be shortcut icon, and href would be slash favicon.ico. so favicon should be already inside of this here. The assets, let's refresh it, everything is working. Now let's head over to Navbar and let's start creating the Navbar. So first I'm going to grab the links. So this is just a basic links here. It's an array of object. You can see that there's a link name, handler, and type. So link name is basic, just text. Then whenever we want to click anything, we have given the handler as the function here, handle login and handle sign up, or else we have just given the hash here, and we have given that a type here. So according to that we have to make the functions, and we need to make this function handle login and handle sign up. So that's pretty much it. Now I think, yeah, let's do one thing. Let's create the JSX. So instead of div I want to pass an empty fragments. So now after this, the fragments, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some state values that is going to be needed for this navbar. So first we are going to have use state snippet, and this is going to be loaded, and it's not loaded, is loaded, and set is loaded, and initially this is going to be false. Make sure that use state is imported, and we also have to make this functions because we are having this error here. So for now we'll just create those functions, which is handle login equals to an arrow function, and do the same for handle sign up, which is again an arrow function. That's it. Okay, handle login before initialization. Okay, I'm going to grab this and have this after all of this. So yeah, we have our navbar working. Now after this we want to check if the navbar is fixed or is not fixed. So use state snippet, use state snippet is fixed and set is fixed. So initially this is going to be not fixed, and for the search bar we are going to grab the search data, not grab but just create a use state snippet again, use state snippet, which is going to be search data, set search data, and this is going to be a control component. So first initially we are going to give this an empty string, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. So now let's move further. So what I'm going to do here is first I'm going to check if is loaded, then only we want to show our navbar. So this is loaded is used for maintaining the initial API call. So initially we are going to call an API which is get the user info and store it inside our Redux state, and after that we want to load our navbar, because if not then it will give an error. So that's it. So class name would be width of full, px of 24, flex, justify between, after that items center, padding y of 6, top of 0, also z index would be 30, we'll give it a transition all and a duration of 300. That's it. Now we are going to change this to conditional class name. So for that, this is going to be like this, and now I'm going to check if the nav is fixed. Nav fixed. Why am I not able to use that? So okay, it's not is fixed. Okay, I'll just use is fixed for now. Is fixed. Then we want to give it a class name of fixed, background white, border bottom, and a border gray of 200. That's it. It's not greater than, we want to use the conditional ternary operator, and if it is not, we'll give it an absolute. Okay, I need to terminate this string here. Absolute, background transparent, border transparent. That's it. Now after this, we'll have a div here which is going to have a link. Make sure that is imported, and the link would have href of slash. Use the Fiverr logo here, and we'll pass fill color as if is fixed is not true, and we don't have the user info now, but we'll grab it, ff, or else we need the color hash 404145. For now we are going to get rid of this, and let's check our navbar, refresh. Oh, it's not here. Wait, let me inspect it. Okay, we don't have, I think we don't have the navbar here only. Okay, so initially we have this is loaded as false. Let's give it a true. href. Okay, this is mistake, href. And yeah, we have the Fiverr logo here. This is the navbar. So that's it. Now after this, what I'm going to do is we are going to grab the user info and everything. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the state from our useState provider. So const equals to useState provider, and grab the all of the state and dispatch. So from here we need the show login model, show sign up model. We need the user info, and other thing is we'll be getting the is seller. We haven't yet this defined. We'll define that afterward. Let's refresh it, and I'm going to add those conditions now. of user info also. So in here width is fixed. We are also going to check if there is a user info, and same goes for here. It's not fixed, and user info. That's it. Now after this we'll have another div. We'll give it a dynamic class name of flex, and we'll check if nav is fixed or there is user info. Then we'll give it an opacity of 100, or else we'll give it an opacity of 0. We need to fix this. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Let's check it. Now this is for the search bar. I'll give it an input. Oh, this is after this. Input type is text. Class name would be width of 30 rem. This is W, width of 30 rem. Padding Y of 2.5, px of 4, and the border. That's it for the class name. Now I will give it a value of search data, and I'll also provide an on change listener. On change, grab the event, save the set search. Okay, this E goes in here. Set search data as the E dot target dot value. That's it. On change is there, type is there, value is there. We also need to give it a placeholder, which is going to be what service are you looking for today. That's it. It's not visible yet because we have given this false. We'll give it a true now, and you can see that we have the search bar here. So at the moment let's give that a true only, and after this let's give it a button, and I'm going to copy an icon here, which is IO search outline, and we have to import this. So for that, import from React icons IO5, and the icon would be IO search outline, and give this a class name of fill white, text white, height 6, and width 6. That's it. And we'll also give this a button class name. So background would be gray, and this is going to be background gray 900, padding 1.5, then text white, width of 16, flex, justify center, items of center, and after this I'll provide an on-click listener here, which is going to be set search data as empty, and we want to use router.push method, push router.push, and template strings, search. Oh, I made pretty mistakes here. So this is going to be search, passing the query parameter as search data, and we are going to import this router now. So in here, const router is equals to use router. Now we have some errors here, which is don't think this is fixed. Set search data. Okay, we need to on click why this is red. Okay, we need one more. Yeah, that's it. Router dot push search. Let's test this. So I'm going to write is search, and you can see that it's working, and this is also being emptied. So now after this, dev will check if there is no user info. If there is no user info, then we need this UL or else we need this UL. So let's have the data inside of here. So initially this would have class name of flex, gap of 10, items center, and inside will provide links dot map. We'll grab the link name, handler, and type. So this is the data that we defined here, this links. So we are mapping that, and from here we are going to return an li. Li would have key as link name. That's it. Now let's give it a dynamic class name. So if is fixed, then we'll give it a text of black, or else we'll give it a text of white, and the font would be medium. Link name is not defined. Okay, this is link name. Inside of this here we'll have multiple conditions. We'll first check if the type triple equals to link. If it is link, then we want to use the link component by Next.js. Inside the link we'll have the link name, and href would be handler. Let's see. Yeah, we have everything here. On this link it is not doing anything because we have read the hash as the link name. Now after this we'll check if the type triple equals to button, then we'll pass in a button, not a link, button, which is going to have link name, and this button would have on click as handler. Okay, we have the sign in button here. Now after this we'll have the button 2. So let's copy this, paste it and this is going to be button 2. On click would be handler, inside it would be link name, but we are going to give this a dynamic class name, which is class name. And what I am going to do is I will provide in some basic class names here, which is border, text medium, font semi-bold, py1, px3, rounded small, and after this we'll check if is fixed is true, then we want to provide border as #1. Oh, this is going to be inside and string border #1db f73, and text would be of the same color. So I'm going to copy this, write hash and this. That's it. And that's it. Let's remove this. And after this we'll have another string. I think I've made a mistake here somewhere. Yeah, that's it. Now if it is not fixed, we are going to give this a border white and a text white as well. And after this, in here we'll give it some default classes. So this is going to be this hover. Whenever we hover, the background color would be this, the text is white, and the border is this. And for all, we are giving it a transition all and duration of 500. So let's save this and check it here. We have it here. And now when I will change this fixed to false, you can see that everything is changed. So yeah, it is working. Now what I am going to do is we are going to define the get user info API and get user info. So for that, let's head over to our auth routes, and here we are going to create one route which is going to be get user info, and we'll write verify token. This is going to be a middleware, so we'll verify the token from here if it is correct or not, and then we'll pass in get user info. So that's it. Now let's create a new file which is going to be auth middleware.js, and inside the auth middleware we'll have our middleware. So export const verify token equals to request response and next. That's it. For now we are not going to define anything here, and let's import that here, verify token, and let's define this get user info inside auth controllers. So export const get user info request response next. That's it. And let's import that here as well. So our route is defined. Now I'm going to copy this get user info and head over to our constants inside the utils in front end. So we are going to create a new route for our API. So export const get user info equals to auth routes, and we'll paste in our get user info route here. Now let's head over to our navbar, and from here we are going to call our API to get the user info. So let's do that. So in here, after all of this, I'm going to create an use effect hook. And we want the cookies here. So cookies, then we also need the user info. So after the cookies and user info is loaded, we want to run this. So cookies is not yet defined, so we need to define that for getting the cookies. So after this, I'm going to use this use cookies. Make sure that it is imported. I don't think that is not imported. Yeah, let's do that manually. Import from React cookie use cookies. That's it. So we have the cookies and user info. So now it will, our use effect will run here. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to check if cookies dot jwt, if cookies at the jwt token and we don't have the username info, then only we want to call. So initially our user info would be undefined, and if we have cookies inside our we have jwt token inside our cookies and we don't have the user info, whenever the navbar is loaded or any page is loaded, then we want to call our user info route and get the user info. So this is for that. So we'll create a function const get user info equals to async this try catch error clg error const data. From that we need the user equals to await axios dot post, and this is going to be get user info. We don't want to pass any data here, but we are going to pass some headers, which is going to be with credentials as true. That's it. If we use this, then the browser will send the cookies to the server. And what error do we have here? Data is user. That's it. So now if projected user info equals to dot 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 user, not if, let's write here let, and yeah. So now what, we are not going to do anything as of now. In here we are going to head to our auth middleware and write the logic there to verify our token. So auth middleware, and in here I'll just console the request dot cookies here, open up the server, and let's reload the page. Let's check it here if our API call is being made. No, I don't think our API is being called. Yeah, it's not being called. We can write fetch XSR, and yeah. So let's head over to our use effect inside navbar and let's check. Okay, we haven't called this function, so we have to call it. After that, get user info, and the API call is made here. You can see in the headers that we send the cookie with the JWT token, and inside our server we have this JWT here. So that's working. Now let's head over to auth middleware, and I'm going to import JWT from JSON web token. So import JWT from JSON web token, and remove this. So const token equals to request dot cookies dot jwt, and I'm going to console that token. Let me refresh this. Okay, we have our token here, jwt. Now what I will do is I will use jwt.verify, pass in our token, and process dot env dot jwt key, which we defined here, jwt key, and will pass in async error and payload. That's an error function. If there is an error, what I'm going to do is we are going to return response.status as 403 and send that token is not valid. After this, if the token is valid, then we'll store the user ID from the token from payload user ID. Also, I'm going to console out the token, not token, but I'm going to console out the payload. Let me refresh this. Okay, so it didn't work. I think I have to pass token.jwt here, and let's refresh this. Still we are getting the error. So token is here, token.jwt, we have written that. It's still not working. Is that? Let me console token.jwt here. Okay, it's undefined. So we are consoling out the token here. So this is the token object and token of jwt. Is this an object? Let's write type of token here, refresh it. Okay, so the token is string, so we need to parse that. So parse JSON, not parse JSON, it is JSON dot parse, and let's refresh this again. Okay, so it is being decoded. So type of is token is object, we pass token.jwt, email is this, the user ID is this, so it is working. Let's remove this, and if there is no token here, if this value is not there, what we are going to do is we are going to return response.status 401, and we are going to say that you are not authorized. That's it. Now after this, make sure that you call the next function to pass into the next middleware, which is get user info. So let's head over to our auth controllers.js, and in here I'm going to get the user info from request.id. So I'm going to first console.log request.user id to show you that we have the user id now. You can see that there is 2 here, which is the user ID. So try catch error. Let's copy this, and what I'm going to do is if request.user id is there, then const Prisma equals to new Prisma client, and this is going to be an async function, and const user equals to await Prisma dot user dot find unique, pass in where id equals to request dot user id. So we have passed in the where condition here, and whenever the id is matched with this, we want the user. So after this, we are going to return response dot status and 200 dot json and pass in the user object here. But if we pass in the user object here, you can see that the user object would have the password inside of that. So you can see that there is the password here, and we are sending the password to the client here, response, okay, response, and you can see that the password is exposed here. So to fix that, I'm going to delete the password by delete user dot password, and now let's check it out. Get user info, and we don't have the password here now. So that's fixed. Let's remove this console. We have the return response.json user, and after this, that's it. So our API call is complete. Now let's head over to our Navbar, and what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to console out the user here to show that everything is working. Refresh. Here is the user. Check the render method of services. We'll fix that, yeah. Okay, so our user object is here. Let's head over to services, and okay, so this is key. Let's refresh this. Yeah, the error is gone. Okay, now let's head over to Navbar. So let's continue this projected user info. Now if the projected user info, not projected user info, but user dot info, not info, again user dot image, if there is an image, then we'll have projected user info as projected user info, and image name would be host plus slash plus user dot image. So for now, this is not going to make any sense to you. Did I made any mistake here? Okay. So after we upload any image, then this will make the sense to you. But for now, I'm not going to explain it. Now let's delete projected user info dot image, and let's dispatch reducer cases. Okay, so type is reducer cases dot set user, and we'll pass in the user info as projected user info, and now we'll have set is loaded as true, and will check if user dot is profile set triple equals to false. If we have not set the user profile, then we want to navigate the user to the profile page to set the profile. I'm going to refresh this again and refresh user is profile info set. Okay, so it is profile info set, not is profile set. Now let me refresh this. It's still not working. So let me do one thing. We close this, dispatch, type reader. Okay, so this ends here, and yeah, okay, so it is being redirected to profile. So now I'm going to comment it out. For now, because we haven't defined the profile route. So yeah, our user info is done, and we'll also have an else block here to set is loaded as true. So if there is not user info and cookies.jwt is there, then we want to run it and we'll set is loaded to true, or else we'll just set is loaded to true. Where was our if condition? Okay, so this should be after this. Yeah, after this. Okay, perfect. Now let's change this is fixed to false and is loaded to false initially. And what we are going to do is now we'll check the route and see that the route is the main page. If it is main page, then we want to set our navbar to fixed as true. So let's do that. So now after here use state provider, I'm going to paste this code. So this is use effect. We are checking that router.path name triple equals to slash. If it is slash, then we want to run this code, or else we are setting the nav as fixed. So this code is checking that if the page is scrolled. If it is scrolled, then we want to set the navbar as fixed, and if it is not, then we don't want to fix the navbar. So it's just an event listener of scroll, and we are removing this event listener whenever the component is unmounted by this. So it's pretty simple code. Save it and let's run this. Okay, set nav is not fixed, so instead of set nav we are going to write set is fixed. Reload this, and you can see that navbar is fixing after a specific scroll. And now this thing should be fixed, the color here. So let's do that. Fiverr logo not is fixed, and user info. This should work. Why it is not working, I'm not sure. Let me check. Okay, not. We also have to pass not user info if there is no user info here. Okay, so the color is there. Now on click of this sign in and join, I want to open up the auth models. So for that the code would be pretty simple. We already have created the handle sign up and the handle login buttons here. So we just have to paste in the dispatch method. So inside our handle login, if there is sign up model, the sign up model is true, this one. So this all should be after this here. Handle login, show sign up model. If it is true, then we want to toggle the sign up model. Means we have to close the sign up model and we are going to open up the login model, and we are going to do the reverse for the handle sign up. So we'll check if there is a login model open, and if it is, then we'll dispatch and close the login model and open up the sign up model. So now let's check it. Sign in. So we have this, log into Fiverr and join, sign up to Fiverr. Login now. Yeah, that's working perfectly. Okay, so after we want to have a different nav if the user is already signed in. Now our user is already signed in, so in here we want some different thing instead of sign in and join. So for that, remember we had created a UL here and we had the UL empty. So we had the conditional here that if there is not user info, then we want to have this, but if we have the user info, then we will have this navbar. So let's use it. In here, what I'm going to do is, first we'll give it a class name of flex, gap of 10 and items of center. Also, if the user is already logged in, then this should not be visible. Let me check by consoling the user info here. User info, refresh, inspect, console. Okay, so the user info is still undefined. Inside of here, let's check this if this function is actually being called. Alert function. Okay, the alert is there, so the function is being called. And let's check if we have this dispatch user info and projected user info. Let's head over to this set user here. Have we defined the reducer for that? Yes. Set user info, action.user info. That's working. Let me head over to our navbar, user info. If not, user info is loaded. Give me a minute, I'll just resolve. Okay, so I've removed all of the consoles and I know where the issue was. So in here we have written the reducer cases, but here we write the reducer, so we have to write reducer cases. Let me refresh this again, and now you can see that our navbar is different. We don't have the old links here. So now let's write the links first. So after this, let's head over to state reducers and we are going to write here a new state which is seller. We are going to check if it's a seller mode or buyer mode. So initially it's a buyer mode, so is seller is false, and let's head over to Navbar. And now after this UL, what I'm going to do here is first I'm going to check if it's an is seller. We already imported the is seller above, and in here what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in this link tag, which is link, class name, cursor pointer, text, font medium, on click. When we click over this, we want to push it to the seller, clicks create, and that's an just a link, simple link. And after this we'll have other link, which is orders, and this is for navigating to the orders page. So we have to create this handle orders navigate. So let's create that function. So it's pretty simple. So above here, after all of this, I'm going to paste in this handle orders navigate. So it is going to be, if it is a seller, then we want to push it to the seller's order, and if it is a buyer, then we want to push it to buyers and orders. Now while we are here, I'm going to also create a new function, which is handle mode switch, and this is going to be switching the mode of the type. So if it is a buyer, then it would switch it to the seller, and if it is seller, then it will switch it to buyer. So for this we need to create this reducer case. So let's head over to constants, switch mode, head over to state reducer, and in here we are going to define a new reducer of switch mode. So after this I'm going to paste this case, reducer cases, switch mode, return dot 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 state. If it is a seller, then we want to just change it to false, and if it is true, then we want to change it to sorry, if it is false, then we want to change it to true, and if it is true, then we want to change it to false. So now let's head over to navbar. We have defined this. Now let's use this. So navbar, after this I'm going to have conditional li, which is going to be, if it is a seller, then we want to write switch to buyer and use this handle mode switch, and if it is a buyer, we want to use switch to seller. We can further have this like this is seller, then we just want to what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to remove this code. This is just the li. Now I'm going to paste it here. If it is in seller, then we want to switch to buyer, or else we want to switch to seller. Let's remove this and remove this text. Control X. That's it. Let's check it here. Switch to seller, switch to buyer. Okay, we have the error here because we don't have the pages yet. The error is because of that. So let's not do anything about that for now. Now what I'm going to do is, if there is an image for the user, then we are going to use a next image component, and if there is not any image, then I am going to have a circle with an avatar. So this is that component. So from this li, we have class name, cursor pointer, on click, stop propagation, and we still have to define the set as context menu visible. I'll explain you that. So title is profile. Now if there is image set by the user, then we want to use the image here, or else we have this component to show the first initial of the email, so that should act like an avatar. Save this, and you will see that there is an K here. After we'll set the image here, you can see that the image will come here. So for that, now we also have to create a context menu here to log out and to check the profile. So we'll do that afterwards. There's no need to rush for that now. So now let's do one thing. We are going to enable our router.push is profile and refresh it. And now we want to set the profile. So let's do that. So now let's work on the profile page. So inside the pages, I'm going to create a new page which is profile.jsx, hit RFCE, and head over to our browser. We have the profile page here. So now inside the profile page, what I'm going to do is, first we need some states and inputs. So I'm just gonna copy paste those. So we will grab the router from use router, then we'll get the state from use state provider. We need the user info and the dispatch method. Then we have created several states, which is loaded and set is loaded. It's just for grabbing the data. Then we have image hover. We will create an image, and when we hover over this, we want to show an change icon. Then we want to set our image inside our state, and when we set the user data, if there is any error from the server side, then we want to set it here and show it to the user. Then for storing our data inside the state for controlled components, we are using this. Save this, and now after this I'm going to do one more paste here, which is going to be const handle change. So this is just setting the data e.target.name, e.target.value, simple React stuff. And after this, I am going to copy paste two class names. So this is the input class name, and this is going to be the label class name. So I'm going to show you this. This is just the class names. You can write it by yourself. That's it. Now in here, let's replace this divs with fragments and have a conditional here. We'll check if is loaded is true. Then we want to have our div, and the div is going to have the class name of this class name, flex call, item center, justify center, min height, ATP port height, gap of 3. And inside of here, we'll just check if there is an error message. Then we want to have the error message in text of red. That's it. And now some basic H2 and H4 text, which will have welcome to Fiverr clone. Please complete your profile to get started. I'm going to save this, and for now this is not going to be loaded because is loaded is false initially. I'm going to make it true for now and refresh it again. But the text is not here. I don't know why is loaded is true. Let me inspect this. Okay, so text is at above. No issues, we'll fix that later on. So H2, H4, then we will have a div with a class name of flex call, item center, width of full, and a gap of 5. inside of this div we are going to have another div with a class name with most of the items are this. Let's copy this from here, paste it, item center, and after this we have cursor of pointer, and after this we are going to have on mouse enter and mouse leave event here. On mouse enter we are going to set image hover as true, and on mouse leave we are going to set image hover as false. After this we are going to have a label inside of this, so I'm going to paste that. Label would have class name of label class name, which is of this. Then this is not needed. I'm going to remove this and select a profile picture. We have that here. Select a profile picture, and after this what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a div which would have class name of that image and everything. So for that what I'm going to do is let's head over to our navbar, and here we have this div userinfo.image name. So I'm going to just copy this one from here, copy, head over to profile, and after this label I'm going to have a div. Inside of that we'll have this, but instead of this username dot image name, this is going to be the image, and for here we don't want to use this. Instead I'll have url dot create object url from the image. So we'll get the image from the server. I'll show you that. We don't want to pass in any width and height. We'll provide the fill here, and we want to have the rounded full. And now in here goes our class name. So the class name would be this, not this one. Let's remove this. Yeah, class name background purple 500, 36 height and width would be 36, flex, item center, justify center, rounded full, and relative. That's it. Now let me have this as user info to uppercase. That's correct, and I think we don't need this div. We have error, user info is not defined. Okay, we have the k here, so for that k we have to increase the height and width, not height width but just a text. So this is going to be text 6xl, and we have this k here. After this what we are going to have is so let's end this here, and after this we'll have this div which has a class name of absolute 400, just the simple stuff. And whenever we hover over that we want to have the opacity of 100 or else 0, then just span, and we have this svg here. That's pretty simple. You can copy that from the source code, or you can use any of the icon here instead of the svg. And we have this input, and we have this on change here to handle the file. So we have to create this. So const handle file equals to e, and inside of here what I am going to write is get the file. So we'll get the file from e.target.files. The file type would be get, then we'll have the valid image type. So we have 3 image types here which are valid, and if the valid image type dot includes our file type which we have selected, then we are going to set that image inside our this one here. So that's it, and let's check it out here, and you can see as soon as we hover here it is being changed, and we can open this input. You can see that there's an input here, so that's working. So yeah, that's working pretty great. I'll just select an image here and we'll check if the image is working. So do I have any image here? Let's grab this image. Please use the new operator. Okay, so this is not working. We'll do that afterwards. Let's complete our UI first. The React part comes next. And after this input here, what should we write? In this span, this div, this div, this div, and after this div we'll have flex, gap of 4, and we'll have width of 500 pixels. Okay, I think this won't work. Yeah, that's it. Now it would work. After this, in goes our div with label. Remove this HTML4 and class name would be label class name. Then we'll have, let's give it an HTML4. This would be username, and please select a username. After this label, let's give it an input of type text. Class name would be input class name that we wrote above, input class name. And after this, I'm going to give it a name as username, and placeholder would be user name, value would be data value data dot username, and on change would be handle change. That's it. Let's check it out here. We have our username with everything styled, and after this what I am going to do is I'm going to copy this div again, paste it here again, and this is going to be used for full name. So this is full name. Please enter your full name. Please enter your full name, and class name would be this. This is going to be full name, value and name, and this is going to be full name. That's it. Let's check it out here. We have an error. Okay, username and full name is here. Now we have to add a new div for the description, and that is going to be pretty simple. So what I'm going to do here is after this div and this div, I'm going to paste in this div from here to here, this one. So flex call with 500 pixels, label class name, description, just the basic steps that we do here for the description. And then we have this button. On click of this, we'll set the profile, and for that we want to create const set profile is equals to async. That's it. Now I'll just show you the styles to the button. Class name would just the simple button that we have used for the navbar. Let's check it here. Okay, async should be outside of this, and oh, I made a mistake. That's it. Okay, this is working, but this is not looking great, this UI, and our above buttons are also not visible. So for fixing that, let me see what's the issue. We have the minimum height, and let's head over to our app.jsx, and here we have to add some conditionals. So let's do that. So let's grab the router, use router, and before this, here we have to check if router dot path name not equals to slash, then we want to give margin top of 36, or else we don't want to provide any margin. That's it. And yeah, it's looking great now. We just have to fix this thing here. So let's do that, and then we'll just fix the React side of this component. So let's do that. Okay, so to fix that, we'll move here before our username and remove this flags and give it a type of grid, and grid calls of 2. That's it. Now you can see that it's looking great. Now let's fix this. When we select an image, fail to construct image, please use the new operator, this DOM object construct. Let's fix that. Okay, so I have fixed that. So the issue was we wrote this image here, but we did not imported the image component. So it's working now. So now I'll select a logo here, set, and yeah, it's looking great. So now let's write an username and full name and description. And now after clicking this set profile, we want to set the profile, and for that we need to call the API of set user info. So for that we first need to create the API for set user info, and for setting the image we will also create an API and we'll call both of the API differently. So let's do that. So now let's head over to routes, auth routes, and in here we are going to define two routes, which is going to be set user info and set user image. So copy this, paste it, and instead of get we'll write set user info, and that's it. Set user info, and other route is set user image, and we'll first verify the token, and this is going to be set user info here, and this is going to be set user image. And before this we are going to call another middleware, which is going to be upload.single, and the name of the images. So this upload.single is from Multer. Multer is used for uploading the images. So import Multer from Multer, make sure it is at the top, and let's use the upload function from Multer. So upload equal to Multer, and let's pass in the destination. So we want this inside uploads slash profiles. So whenever we hit this route we'll get the profiles, and you can see that a folder is created of uploads and profiles. And for getting that profile we have to head over to our index.js here, and in here before this cookie parser we'll write app.use, and this is going to be uploads uploads slash profiles. Whenever anyone will hit this route, we want to send the image. So express dot static uploads slash profiles. So that's it. Now our images would be uploaded successfully, and now we have to create this function set user info and set user image. So not a function, that's a controller. So let's head over to auth controller, and in here we'll write export. Let's do one thing. I'm going to copy this, paste it, set this to set user info, and we'll get the request.user ID from here, and we'll get the username, full name, and the description from request.body, and if there is username, full name, and description, we want to get the new Prisma equals to new Prisma client instance of Prisma, and we'll first check that if the given username is valid. So we want to check if anybody has not used this username, because the username should be unique. So Prisma dot user dot find unique, and we'll pass in var clause here, and we'll pass the username here. Username equals to username, not equals to colon username. So if it is if there is a username with the user with this username, then it will return that user, or else it will return false. Now we'll check if username valid is true, then we'll return response dot status as 200 and dot JSON as username error as true. And if this is true, we will enable the error state in our React app and set the error there. And after this, we'll await Prisma dot user dot update, and for update we'll pass in the condition where, so it will know which user has to update it. So id equals to request dot user id, find this user and update it and give it the data here. So user name would be username, and pass in the full name, the description, and will also set is profile info set to true, because the profile info is set. So this is here full name, and should be capital, same goes for here. That's it. So now it will update the user, and after it is completed, what I am going to do is I'm going to return response.status 200.send profile data updated successfully. That's it. And now I'm going to remove all of this code from here. Okay, I need a curly bracket here, and we'll also write an else block here after this, that if there is no username or any of one of these values is not present, then we want to send that username, full name, and description should be included. So that's an 400 error. And what I'm going to do here is, inside the catch block, instead of this, I'm going to paste in this code. If error.instance of is Prisma.Prisma client request error, this is copied from Prisma website. If it is the error code is P200 and P2002, then it's a unique violation error. So we are going to send username error as true because the username is already used, and if it is not, then we'll just send internal server error. That's it. So this is the API for set user info. Now we'll write the API for set user image, but first we'll use that set user info API. So now let's head over to profile.jsx, and we have this empty function set profile here. So let's use that. Let's wrap this try catch here because we are calling an API, and it should be wrapped in an try catch block. Console.log error. Inside the try, we'll write const response equals to await axios dot post, and we need to define a constant first. So let's head over to our constants, export const set user info. Copy this, paste it, and change the get to set, and let's copy this, paste it, and this should be set user image. Set user image, save it, and head over to profile, and let's use it, set user info, and we'll pass in our data here. So dot data, we are destructuring it, and we'll pass with credentials to true to send the JWT cookie. So that's it. Now what I am going to do is, if response dot data dot username error, if it's an username error, then we'll set the error message to enter a unique username. That's it. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to head to server inside a new terminal instance, and I will open up Prisma Studio in px Prisma Studio to show you the user info that isn't changed yet. Prisma Studio, and you can see that there is no username, full name, description, profile image, and profile info set is false. So now let's use this API, refresh it. I know why is this error, we'll fix that afterwards. So user info is cool kitchen sheet, write anything as description, set profile, and let's refresh this. Okay, it isn't set. Open up the inspect console, and connection refused. Why is that? API auth set user info. Let me refresh the page again. Okay, this is failing. Why is that? Let's head over to our server here, and our application is okay, so it isn't imported. So let's head over to our auth routes, and we need to import this set user info and set user image. So for now, let's comment out this set user image, and let's run it again, and now we have the user initial here. Now I'm gonna write here cool kitchen sheet. This is a description. Set the profile. Let's see inside the network, set user info, and we have the message that profile data updated successfully. Let's check it in the Prisma. So you can see that cool kitchen sheet, this is a description, and profile info set is true. Now what I'm going to do is, when I will set this again, you can see that there's an error that enter a unique username, because username cool kitchen is already used. Now let's do this collocation to 3 and let me refresh this, and you can see that it has been changed. And we still need to fix this. If there is no error here, then remove this. So inside of profile.jsx, set profile, and if there is no error, then we'll set error message as this. Let's try again. Also, we need to fetch the user info things and set it here at initial load, because that's already set, and that should be populated here. So we will do that now. So now let's close this and create a use effect here. Use effect. And what I'm going to do here is this use effect should be loaded as soon as we have the user info here, user info, and what I'm going to do here is paste up this code, remove this. Okay, this should be above this. User info, and set data as handle data, and set is loaded as true. So what I'm doing is, as soon as we have our user info, I have created this handle data and destructuring the data from here. So this should be empty everything. And now we'll check if there's an user info, and inside the user info, if we have username, then we are setting the username, and same for the description and full name, and we are setting that data, and setting is loaded as true. So initially this should be false. And now you can see that as soon as I refresh the page, we have the data filled up here. We'll do the same for image, but first we have to set the image. So let's do that by setting our image. So after this set profile, if we don't have any error, and in the else part, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write const form data is equals to new form data, and after that I'm going to write form data dot append images, and the image. Now I'm going to grab the data column image equals to await axios dot post, and I'm going to use the set user image route, pass in the form data here, and I'm going to pass with credentials as true, because we want to send our cookies, and use the headers here. And inside the headers I'm going to write not this, content type as multipart form data, and after this here I'm going to write image name equals to image, and I want to define an image name. So let image name equals to this, and I only want to call this if there is an image that has been set by the user. So image, that's it. Now we have created the route for this, but we haven't written the logic for our API. So let's do that. So let's head over to our auth routes first, auth routes, and I'm going to enable this. So you can see that there's an auth routes.post here, set user image, verify token, upload.single images that we wrote in form data, and we have to define this set user image controller. So let's head over to auth controller, copy this, and I'm going to paste this, and this is going to be set user image. And before we forgot to import that here, let's do that set user image, wrapping this inside a try and catch, and let's grab the internal server error from here, copy, paste, and inside try we'll check if there is an request.file, and if it is there, we'll also check if there is request.user id. Now let's grab the date is equals to date.now. I'll do one thing before this. I'll just console out the request.file to show you what's inside our request.file. Let's select an image, this asset, set profile, okay, enter a unique username 231, and you can see that we have this console of field name images original name. So this is generated by Multer. So now we want to Multer already uploaded the image here, but it doesn't have its correct name of this asset1.png. Also, it doesn't have the image extension. So let's do that and save it correctly. So for that, we are generating a date to get a unique name of the file. So let file name equals to uploads slash profiles slash plus date and plus request dot file name, not file name but request dot file dot original. We want to use this original name, and we are going to use rename sync function from fs. So we have to import that, import from fs, and this is going to be rename sync. This is a Node.js function, so no need to install any library. So rename sync, we are going to rename this file to our this file name. So rename sync would be request.file.path. We are grabbing this path from here, and I think we have an error here because the path should be uploads slash profiles, but here we have two slash slash. I'll fix that afterwards. So request.file.path, file name, and const Prisma is equals to new Prisma client, and await Prisma.user.user, not user ID but just update. We are going to set the image name here. So profile image will set this updating by that. So await where id request dot user id, and the data should be profile image as file name. So that's it. And now after this is set, we'll send our response as response.status, and if we don't have the user id, then we'll send 400 error, that cookie error, and if there is no file attached, then we'll send response.status that image not included. Also, we don't want this console here, so let's remove this. And now let's set the profile, and let me refresh this, and you can see that we have uploads slash profiles slash this, so that's working. And let me refresh this, and we have to set the image inside our user info now. So head over to profile.jsx profile. Let me close this console, and after all of this, what I'm going to do is, after this image here, this thing, outside of the else block, I'm going to, I think, give me a minute, let me check. Okay, so that should be inside of the else block here. And this should be inside of this else block. And after this, I'm going to use this dispatch method of type reducer cases as set user info as dot 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 user info dot 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 data, and image dot length. If there's an image, then we'll set host plus image name. So that's it. Let's reload this, and this is still not working. Let me check it. So now inside our profile, in the use effect, I'm going to paste up this code to check user info dot image name. If there is an image name inside our user info, then we'll get the file name as the image from here, and fetch host and user info dot image name, and we are fetching the image from here and converting into a blob by this blob, and setting the images inside the images array here. So that's it. We don't need this ts ignore because we are not using the TypeScript now. So that's it. And after this is completed, head over to Navbar and make sure that in the use effect here there is if user.profile image not. So also check that here user.profile image is used, and we have not imported the next image here after using this. So make sure that you imported that here by that. And after this is complete, I want you to head over to next config, and we want have to add some config here because Next.js doesn't allow us to import images from another host name. So here it gives error that it cannot fetch the image from another host name. So to fix that, we have to add the host inside next.config.js. So now to support the remote images, the last change that we need to do is head over to nextconfig.js, and after this env, paste this images, and remote pattern should be HTTP localhost, and the port should be 3001, which is our server URL. So that's it. And after making these changes, we need to delete the .next folder from here. Make sure that you delete it. After that has been deleted, we want to restart our server by yarn dev. Wait for it to compile the things. Let's open up. Let's close this, and now you can see that we have our profile image here. And let's head over to the profile route /profile, and in here we have error that the path is not correct. So let's head over to profile and check. Okay, so we don't want to append this here. That's it. And you can see that we have the image here. So now instead of this, I want this image, and this. Did it? Okay, it set it the image. So this is working perfectly. So our profile section is completed successfully. And now if I head over to here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove our cookie from here, reload, and you can see that there's no the user info here. So I'm going to sign in 1 2 3 4. Okay, so that was the different user, and I need to log out again, and for which user we set the information for this user. So I'm going to head over to that, join location at gmail.com 1234, continue, and do we have any error? Internal server error. Okay, what is it? Unique constraint failed on the field's email. Okay, we just want to login. Okay, we are able to log in successfully, and as you can see, if as the profile info was set successfully, so we are not being redirected to the profile page. So that's completed. So yeah, that's it. So we have created successfully our profile info page, and we can edit our profile. Now the next is we are going to create the page for creating the gigs, and after that we'll create the model for Prisma to create the gigs and store the gigs inside the PostgreSQL database, and after that we'll get all the gigs and edit. So let's do that stuff. So now let's create a new folder here, which is going to be seller, and inside of seller we are going to create another page which is going to be gigs, and inside of that we are going to create a new component which is going to be a page as create.jsx and rfce. Now let's head over to seller, gigs, and create. We get this empty page, and let's get started here. So let's head over to profile.jsx first, and remember that we copied this class name and label class name, input class name and label class name. I'm going to copy that again and head over to create, and I want to paste it here. Okay, that was not copied. Control C, head over to create, paste it. Okay, that's done. And now let's get started to create that. So before doing that, I am going to define some state variables. So that is for files, features, and the data. So let me paste that here. So use state. So this is for storing the images that we are going to upload in the server. So it's an array of empty array. Then we have features, so all the features that would be dynamic, so that's an empty array too. Then all the data to make the input controlled, so this is for that. Make sure that you do this correctly, and after this what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the handle change function, that is simple e.target.name e.target.value inside the set data function. So that's pretty basic stuff. And now let's remove this create, give this a class name, and this is going to be min height of 80 viewport height, and margin y would be 10, margin top would be 0, px is of 32. After this, let's have an h1 and h3 to the data, just simple data. So I'm going to copy paste that. H1 has text 6xl and text gray and margin bottom 5, create a new gig, and same goes for this, but text is 3xl, and enter the details to create the gig. So let's head over and we have the text here. So after this, I am going to have a div with a class name of flex call, gap of 5 and margin top of 10, and after that we'll have a div which would have class name of grid calls to and gap of 11. Inside of this we'll have another div. This is not going to have any class name. Inside of this we'll have label, and this is for title. The class name would be label, not this, label class name, and the label is gig title. After this we'll have our input. Input would be of type text, name is title, value, okay, I made a mistake here. Value is data.title. After this we'll have on change as handle change. After that type is already text, and we'll give it an ID of title. So whenever we will click on this label, so it would focus this input element. So that is because of this HTML4 and title. So make sure that both of them are same. Then we'll give it a class name of input class name. After this, what should we do is placeholder as example. I will do something I am really good at, and this is required. That's it. Now let's see that we have the input here and gig title. When we click over this, the focus is here. So yeah, that's working. Now after this empty div, I am going to have the categories here. So for that categories, I'm going to copy this label. So after this div, create another div, paste in the label. So this is going to have category as its name, and this is going to be gig category. Also we can write select a category here. Select a category, and after this label we'll have select, and its name would be category, and ID would be category. After this we'll provide it a class name, and I'll do that in a minute. On change is handle change. After that we'll have default value as choose a category. I think default value is not needed. Let's see if it works without a default value. And that's it. Now let's add the class name. So for class name, I'm just going to copy paste it. So you can see that I've given background gray, border, background gray 300, text gray 900, text SM round LG, focus ring lights. That's it. So these are the class names. Let's save it and head over here. Okay, we made a mistake here. This is grid. So yeah, this is looking great. Now let's map the options here. So for options, what I'm going to do is, remember that we created this categories utils. So I'm going to map this over options. So let's use that. Create, and inside of here, let's use categories dot map. Make sure that it is imported. In my case, it was auto imported. And from here, we'll grab the name, and we don't need the curly braces. Instead, we'll just return an li from here. It's not li, it's an option. And option key is going to be the name, value is going to be name, and inside the option it is going to be name. So that's it, and let's check it out now. Yeah, we have our options here. So that's it. Now what I will do is, after this select, we are going to end this div and this div at the top, and we are going to again create a new div. So after the two divs, a new div, and we don't want to give any uh, class name here. I'm going to copy this, paste it here. This is not category, this is for description, and label class name, and this is going to have gig description. After this label, we'll use the text area name would be description, id would be description, and we don't need the calls and rows here. Instead, we'll pass in the class name, and for class name I'm going to copy paste it from here. So this is the class name, block p 2.5 with full text sm, text cree 900. And if you want to copy this class name that I'm copying, you can head over to Flowbyte. This is a very good library to get the Tailwind classes. So I have used that, and I'll here search text area, Tailwind CSS text area, and you can just copy the class from here, this thing. So I have used that. So make sure that if you want to copy from here, you can do that. And now after this, I'm going to give it a placeholder, write a short description. After this, I'm going to use value as data.description and provide the on change here as handle change. That's it. So text area is complete, and after this I'm going to end this div, and again I'm going to copy this div here, paste it here, close that div, have two divs here. So inside the first div will have our delivery time, and in the second div will have our revision. So let's do that. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just gonna copy this from here, label and input, paste that here, and instead of this title, what I'm going to do is, I'll select all these titles by Control D and change this to, I think, delivery, and its name should be time text. We are going to replace this with number. So this is get delivery, type number, then name time, id delivery, value data dot delivery. It's not delivery, data dot time, I think. Yeah, it's data dot time, on change, and placeholder is minimum delivery time, that's it. And in here, let's paste that again. And for this, what I'm going to do is change this title to revision, and the name should be revisions, and value should be revisions, and this is gig revisions, max number of revisions, placeholder would be max number of revisions, revisions, and this is going to be number. That's it. Let's check it in the UI. Yeah, we have it here. And after the delivery, now we'll have the features. So for features, we have to create uh, a component that we can add and remove. So let's do that. So now after this div here, we are going to create a new div with the same class name of calls. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here in that div, and inside this div we'll have again two divs. So inside the first div I am going to copy the text one here, this label and input field, paste it here, and instead of title, what I'm going to do here is change this to features, and here the F would be capital, input type text, ID would be features, and placeholder would be this, and yeah, this is going to be data.feature, and placeholder would be enter a feature name. And after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a button here. So after this input, I'm going to add a button with type button, class name as this. Again, this has been copied from Flowbyte. You can copy the button class names from there, or you can just write it. I'm scrolling it. So yeah, that's it. And now we have to create this add feature function. So const add feature equals to an arrow function. So let's add the feature also. Let's write the code for that. So what we'll do is if data has the feature inside of it, if it's not a empty string, then we'll set features, it's an array, and the features array will destructure it, and not destructure it, we'll spread it, and have the new feature which is data.feature here. And what we'll do is we'll set data with dot data, and the feature value would be empty again. So let's try to add a new feature here, which is kitchen. Okay, so I'm not able to type anything here, so this is not working. So let's head over here, and I know why is that. So name is not features, it is going to be feature, and now we can write it add, and it's been added into the features array. Now we need to map that features array, so let's map that. So after this div here, I'm going to write a UL. I'm sorry for that. UL would have class name of flex, gap of 2, and flex wrap. That's it. And I'm going to map that features dot map feature, and the index, I'm going to return the li from here, which is going to have key as index plus feature, and inside of here we'll have our, not this, but we'll have a span tag here which would have the feature here. So span feature, let's save it, but there's an error I think here. features.map could not. Okay, we have to destructure this. Sorry about that. And features.map, okay, let's add the brackets manually. Oh, I also have to wrap this with this, and at the end, yeah, that's it. So now it is working, and let's head over to here, add a new feature, and it's still not listed here. Index is key of it. Okay, this is being returned, so let's inspect it. So we have the UL li, but inside of span the feature is empty. Okay, we don't have to destructure it because there's only one thing that we are getting from that. So let's add, yeah, it is here, the text is here. Yeah. So now let's add some styles to this. So now after this span we are going to add a second span which will have class name of this, and we are going to run the remove feature function when we click on it. When we click on this, we want to remove that feature, so that's for that, and we have to define that also, and we are going to give this a class name. So let's add it, and you can see that we have it here. So let's see the class name, flex, item center, just the basic stuff. You can change this style as per your need. So that's it, and now what I'm going to do is we have to fix that so everything is inside a single div. So we are going to wrap this label and button and the input inside this div, and I'm going to give it a class name. Okay, so the class name is this, and let's check it. Yeah, we have that here, and the label should be out of this. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is looking great now, and let's do one thing. Let's end this div after the UL. So we have this batch type of thing here, and I'll do one thing. I'm going to add more and more, so you can see that it is going into the next line, so it is working. Now we have to add this function of remove feature, so that's pretty simple. So let's head over to above here, const remove feature equals to index and arrow function, and here we'll just clone it by clone features equals to dot 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 features, and after this I'm going to splice it by the index. So cloned features dot splice with index and 1, so we want to splice the one element from the index and set the features as the cloned features. Now let's test it, it should work. I'm going to remove this, and you can see that it was removed. So yeah, that's working. So we can add the features and remove the features. So now after this we have to create the image component. So for uploading the image and everything. So what I'm going to do is I am going to head over to components here and create a new component here, which is image upload.jsx. And for now I'm going to just create the component and we'll just use that component here. We'll do that afterwards. So let's do that. So after this ul, after this div, we have this div, and inside of this div I'm going to use the label from here, label, and the label is for image, and this is going to be gig images. After that we will have a div which would have image upload component, and that's it. Let's check it here. Yeah, we have that. We'll do that afterwards. And after this we'll have short description and price. So let's do that. So after this here I'm going to copy that class name which we wrote above, and after that we'll have two divs in here, and I'm going to copy this one here and paste it here, and instead of delivery I'm going to write price here, price, and the name would be price. This is a number, data dot price, handle change, input class name minimum price, it's not minimum price, right? Enter a price, and instead of this we'll have this here. That's it. And let's go to the top, and I'm going to copy this text one from here, paste it here, change the title everywhere to short description, which is short DESC. That's it. So this is going to be short description, and this is going to be enter a short description, enter a short description. That's it. And what I'm going to do here is going to append here width of 1 of 5. Okay, so now we made a mistake, and we are going to fix it by adding a div here and remove a div from here, and we'll also remove this from here, and we'll head over here and you can see that it's fixed. And now for the button we'll head over to our profile page, and I'm going to copy this button from here, and after this div here I'm going to add it, and this is going to be add gig and add gig. Let's create the function here, const add gig, that's it. Okay, so the button is extra large, and I think I know how to fix this. We have to wrap this button inside an empty div. Let's see that works. Yeah, that is working, and now this is complete. Now let's do the image component, and for that what I'm going to do is we have to create this. Inside this what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy my entire component, paste it here, and I'll be attaching a GitHub, just you can copy that image component from there, because I have also copied this component from the net and it doesn't make sense to just write it. I'll just explain it. It's just pretty Tailwind CSS here. We get the message if only images accepted, the error message. Pretty simple stuff. The images, the name is files. We are just displaying the images here. So this is just the basic stuff. I'm going to save it, head over to our create, and I'm going to use that component here. So for that, I have to pass the files and set files here. We have to pass the files and set files here. If you go here, we have the files and set files. So that's an array and we are controlling that from here. And now when you move here, we have this pretty component here. When we click over this, we can add a photo and you can see that it is added here, and we click above here, it will remove the photo. So that's it. And so now let's do one thing. Let's head over to our backend, create the Prisma model, and let's move further with that. So head over to schema.prisma, and after this model, we are going to add the gigs model. So model gigs, and ID would be type integer, and we are gonna denote this with ID. Also have default here with auto increment. Give it a title with type string. Give it a description as type string as well. Give it a category, and all of these fields are required, so make sure that they are required. Category is string, delivery time is integer, then we'll have revisions as int, features would be an array of string. After that we'll have price would be of type int. Then we'll have short description, which is of type string. Then we'll have created at of date time, and that is going to be default of now method by Prisma. Not no, this is going to be now. After created at, we'll have images, which is going to be again error of strings. After that we'll have created by, and this is going to use the user model from here. So this is a foreign key, so we are going to add a relation here, relation, and the relation would be on fields user ID. We will add the references as the name of this ID from there, from this user, and to denote that and store that, we are going to create user ID as int. So that should work. Fields, and yeah, head over to user, and we have to create gigs as gigs of array. And now we have implemented the foreign key of SQL here. So that's the relation. So now for this to work, we have to run npx prisma db push, and after doing this, when we head over to Prisma Studio, you can see that we have an gigs array here for all the users. And if I close this, you can see that all the models have gigs here now. So that was successful. Now let's create the routes and controllers for that. So I am going to create new file which is route, not route, but this is going to be gigs controller .js, and inside the routes I'm going to have gigs routes .js. I'm going to auth routes and I'm going to copy this, head over to gigs route. This is going to be gigs routes, and what I will do here is export const gig routes equals to router. I don't want to do this, router, and that's pretty much it. We need to use the multer here for the images, but we can do that afterwards. Now let's head over to index.js, and in here I am going to write app.use /API/gigs, and this is going to be gigs routes, and make sure that it is imported with the .js. Now let's head over to gigs routes and gig routes dot post, and this is going to be add for adding, and we need the verify token here. If the token is valid, then only we want to upload it. So upload, so for upload let's have the multer again. So const upload is equals to multer, and pass in the destination, and this time the destination would be the only uploads, not the uploads profile, just the uploads. And after this what I'm going to do is upload dot array, because this is an image array of images, so this is going to be array with images, and after this we'll have add gig, and for that we have to add the controller. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this one of the export, head over to gigs controller, export, and this is going to be add gig. Going to remove everything from here, just the try catch block. Head over to auth controllers, not auth controllers but gig routes, and import the add gig. Okay, so that's done, and now inside the gigs controller we are going to add the gig. So let's head over to gigs controller, add gig, and inside the try block what I am going to do is I'm going to do the same logic of request.files that we did in the profile image. So I'm going to paste it here. So we'll check it by request.files. This time it is not request.file, it is request.files, and we are getting the file keys, all the file keys from object.keys request.files. So we are getting the names and storing the file names in an array, and for each we are doing this rename sync thing that we did in the profile section. So to import, now import from fs, and this is going to be rename sync. That's it. And after this what I am going to do is I'll check if request.query is there, and if it is there then we need all the data that we are having inside the request.query, which is all of this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the new Prisma client, create the gigs by having the data and passing all the data. Make sure that all the integer values are passed by pass int here, or you'll get the error. Now the main thing that is to notice here, so for the created by field here you have to type connect and the ID of the user for which this gig is being created. So we have to, for the foreign keys, we have to pass like this, connect ID and the request.user ID. So that's it. Now after this, if there are any issues, then we'll have return response.status, send all properties should be required. So our API is almost ready. So now let's head over to the constants.js inside the utils, and in here we will have the gig routes. So for that I'm going to add this gig routes as API URL gigs, and for adding the gig I'm going to add another route which is export const add gig route is equals to gig route slash add. So that's it. Now let's head over to create.jsx, and in here what I'm going to do is, now we just have to add the gig. So this is going to be an async function, and what we are going to do is we are going to get all the data destructured by the data array, not array, object. Now we'll have conditions here that everything should be written. So what conditions we are adding is category should be there, description should be there, title should be there, and features dot length, because it's an array we want features, more than one features to be there, and same goes for the length, and price should be greater than 0. If it is in minus, then this would not work. Then short description dot length, because this is in string we want this the length. Then same goes for the revisions and the time. Now in goes this. Now we have to create the form data. So for that, const form data is equals to new form data. After this, files dot for each, and this is going to be file form data dot append images and file. We are just adding all this to the form data. And now let's create a const gig data object which is going to have title, then description, and category. Then we'll have features. After the features there should be price. After price we'll have revisions. After that we'll have time, short description. That's it. And now let's try to add the data by our API. So const response equals to await axios dot post add gig route. Now we'll add the form data here, then we'll pass with credentials as true because we want to send the cookie, and we'll pass in the headers here. So not like this, but headers, and headers would have content type as multi-part form data. Make sure that the spelling is correct. And after this headers we'll pass in the params, and inside the params goes our gig data. Now let's console log the response, and let's try to add the data. Gig title should be new gig. Let's use React new gig. Category should be programming and tech. This gig is related for React. We will develop React website. Gig delivery time would be 3 days. We'll do 2 revisions. Features would be React. Then we'll have Node.js. Next.js, then we'll have Prisma, and we'll add some images. This one right here, this one right here. Short description would be short description for Next.js website. Gig price should be $10. And now the main thing, I'm going to hit the add gig button. Okay, it already gave us an error. Did something happen with the server? Okay, we are having multiple errors in the server. Cannot find auth middleware. Let's head over to gig routes. Okay, we have to add .js here inside the file. .js. Let's see if that works. Now export con gigs route is equal to router. Router is not defined. We need to define that router. And yeah, it's working now. Let's try to add the gig. That's an 500 error. Prisma client is not defined. Head over to gig controllers and make sure that Prisma client is imported at the top here. Prisma client, it is imported now. Let's try to add it now, and successfully created the gig. Let's head over to our Prisma studio and we can see the gig here. The gig is here, and let's see if the files were uploaded. Yeah, files are uploaded successfully and they are here. So yeah, that's it. Now after it has been successfully created, we want to redirect this to the seller gigs page. So after this, instead of consoling, we'll check if the response.status is 201, which is created. Then we want to push it to seller gigs. Now make sure that we import const router is equals to use router. Save it, and router.push seller gigs, and we still have to create this page. So inside seller and inside gigs, I'm going to create a new file which is going to index.jsx rfc and index page. Let's head over to here and create a new gig. So I'm going to refresh it, and this time this is going to be WordPress website programming and tab website delivery 5 days revision 4 WordPress, and I'm going to add this image. WordPress price would be 19, add, and we are inside the index page. And let's refresh it, and yeah, this is working. So we have successfully implemented the gig creation. So now let's list all the gigs here. So now let's do that. So now let's get the gigs for the user. So I will head over to gigs controller and I'm going to create a new API here. So for that, I'm going to copy this add gig function, paste it here, change the name to get user auth gigs, and we don't need the request.files here. Instead of request.query, I'm going to check for request.user_id, and I think I don't need to check this because it is already managed by the auth controller. So we need this, and instead of this data and create, I'm going to use find this is going to be find unique, and this is not for gigs, this is going to be user. We want to find the gigs for a user, so find unique. where, and I will pass id as request dot user id, and we don't need this. Did I made a mistake? Try, catch, return. Okay, so this was outside of this, and that's it. So that fixes things. And this is going to be, we don't need this. Yeah. And try return response dot status is going to be 200, and this is going to be const gigs. This is going to return as the user, so we need to send the gigs from here. So gigs as user dot gigs, save it, and I think this is enough and this would work. Also, yeah, we want to include from here include gigs true. So what we have written here is we are finding the user with the user ID, and we also want to include the gigs data inside the user. So all the gigs created by this user, and we are passing the user to the response. So this is going to be JSON, and let's use this in our gig routes. So gig routes and gigs routes dot, I'm going to add get, and this is going to be get dash user gigs. We are going to verify the token, and we are going to use this function get user auth gigs. Also, I am going to copy this, head over to constants in our next app, and in here I will write export const, and this is going to be get hyphen user hyphen gigs route equals to gig routes, and this get user gigs. That's it. Now let's head over to our index.jsx, and inside of here we will create a use effect hook. Initially, before that, let's create a use state snippet. This is going to be gigs and set gigs, and this is going to be an empty array. Now let's do the use effect hook. As soon as this page is loaded, we want to grab the gigs created by this user. So let's do that. So I'm going to create const get user gigs equals to async try catch error console log error const data equals to await axios dot get user gigs route, and will pass with credentials as true to send the JWT. That's it. And we are going to set the gigs, and this is going to be data dot gigs. That's it. And now I'm going to also console.log the gigs, and use state is not defined. Let's import that. Use state. Now open up the inspect, and we would have our gigs here. Okay, I didn't call this function from here, so get user gigs. It's an 404. Get user gigs is not defined. Let's head over to gig routes, and we didn't save this file. You can see that here. Now let's refresh this, and it's getting an empty object, an empty array. Why is that? Localhost 3001. Let's head over to our gigs controller, and here I'm going to console out the user. So user, we are getting the user here, and there is this gigs object here. So user.gigs, then why is this here empty object? Let's check in the network, get user gigs. Oh, we are getting the gigs here. This is the response. Okay, I think I made a mistake in the front end. Let me remove this console, save it here, and head over to index.jsx. And we don't want to have this gigs here, we want to have the data. So inside the data we have the gigs. So yeah, the gigs are here created by this user. Now let's create a table, and for that I'm going to head over to Flowbyte, and let me connect my internet. Okay, so now it is working. Now I will head over to search, and I'm going to search for table here, Tailwind CSS table, and we are going to copy this source code for the table. I don't need this one. Yeah, I need this one. Let me see another. This one is good with hover. So I'm going to copy this source code from here. Copy. This is for Flowbyte, and we have to search for table here, and this one is the hover state table. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and we need to make some changes here. So all of this class should be changed to class name. So I'm going to select all of this by Control D in the VS Code. So class is selected, and we are going to add a class name here. That's it. Now head over to our Fiverr clone, and we have this here, but we still have to add one more class name to our main div. So this is going to be this, and I'm going to add this class name here. Min height 80 viewport height, margin of y of 10, margin top of 0, and px 32. That's it. So this is looking great now, and I'm going to have one more thing here, which is an h3 to define that which page is this. So we have all your gigs here, and these are all your gigs. We just have to manipulate the data here. So what we are going to do is, this is going to have name, then this is going to be category, this is going to be price, this is going to be delivery time, delivery and time, and this is going to be edit. So this is correct. And now what I will do here is, inside this t body I'm going to write gigs dot map. I'm going to take the title, the category, price, delivery time, and the ID from it, and I'm going to return this JSX. So let's grab this one tr, paste it here, and I am going to remove all of this remaining trs. We don't need this. So from here remove this tr, and now instead of here this will have our title. Instead of silver we'll have category here. Instead of laptop we'll have price here, and instead of this I'm going to have delivery time here. So this is delivery time. I should be small, and so instead of this a tag here I'm going to use the link tag provided by Next.js. link, wrap this around that, grab the class name, remove the a tag, save it, and now I'm going to give it an href. This is going to be dynamic, so seller and gigs, and now we'll pass in our id here. So this is for editing the gig, so let's check it out here. Awesome, so this is perfect, everything is working. Now let's head over to Prisma Studio and check it. Delivery time is 3 and 5, delivery time is 3 and 5, price is 10 and 19, so 10 and 19. Yeah, that's good, it is working. Now let's click this edit button and we are redirected to this page. So this would be the edit page. So for that I'm going to use gig id dot jsx and copy all of this from create and paste it in our gig id, and here it is, create a new gig. So now we'll fetch the data for this gig from backend and set the data according to that, and just those simple things. So first what I'm going to do is we will change this create new gig to edit gig. So edit gig and enter the details to edit the gig. Okay, the changes are here. Now we need the param from the router, which is this one, not param, the query, I think. Yeah, so to do that, router is already defined and we are going to grab the gig id equals to router dot query, and what I am going to do is I'm going to create a use effect after all of this here. Use effect, and as soon as I have the gig id from the router, I want to run this. So const fetch gig data is equals to async, and if there is gig id, then we want to fetch gig data and try catch error console log error, and we'll grab all of the data. So for that, let's head over to our gig controllers and grab the gig data. So let's head over to, give me a minute. Okay, so now let's head over to gig controllers. I'm going to copy this, paste it, and this is going to be get gig data. And first of all, we will check if there is request.params.gig id. If it is there, then only we want to proceed further, or else what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it that this should be inside of this, and I'm going to tell it that we want this is going to, oh, this is I small, and gig data is required, not gig data, we need gig id. So gig id should be required, not should be, is required. So gig id is required. Now this is going to be 400, and so if there is request.params.gig id, so what we are going to do is we are going to find that gig. So const gig is equals to await prisma dot gigs dot find unique. and we'll pass in our var condition here, where id is going to be parse int. We are going to explicitly convert this gig id into an integer. So parse int request.params.gig id, sorry, request.parents.gig id. Remove this and we'll just pass in the gig. That's it. Let's check if there is any error. No, there is not. Now let's use this get gig data. So we'll head over to our gig routes, gig routes dot get, and this is going to be get gig data, and we need the gig id from here. For now, for this is just for getting the data, so we don't need to verify the token, because we'll use this API for getting the gig data and displaying the gigs also. So this can do without the user sign in also. So that's it, get gig data. Now let's head over to our constants, and I'm going to copy this. Head over to our constants, and we are going to add that API route here. So I'll just paste it here. So this is going to be get gig data, gig routes, get gig data. That's it. Let's head over to our gig ID page, and in here inside the use effect we are going to call this. So const data gig equals to await and axios dot get, and we'll pass in the template string. So get gig data, and we'll pass in the gig id here, gig id. After this, what I'm going to do is set data as gig, and I will set time as gig.revisions. That's it. Now let's check it here, and we have populated the details, but the features are not populated, so let's do that. So for the features, what I'm going to do is, after this I'm going to have this set features at gig.features, and let's check it. We have the features here, and now let's grab the images, and for images I'm going to do the same as we did for the profile. So we'll grab the image by gig.images.for each. So we have explicitly this URL, so this is not correct. We'll change this to our host plus image. So file name equals to image. That's the pretty basic stuff. And now fail to execute fetch on window, fail to pass URL, this. Okay, we also need to add slash here, and let's check it out, and still the image is not shown. Let's see, http localhost. Okay, it should be inside the uploads directory. So uploads, let's check it out, and now I think I know why there is this error. Slash upload slash this slash uploads slash image, and still it is not found. Now let's head over to our index.js, the server. I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it, and remove the uploads, the profiles here. Do the same in here, reload this, and we have the image here. So we also had to do this for the different directory. So that's it. Let's close this, and this is done. Now we just have to edit the text here. So let's head over to our gig ID, and this is going to be edit gig, and for editing the gig we have to do many things. So let's do that. Okay, so now here you can see that we have an error that our category is not selected here. So for that I know what to do. So let's head over to our data, and inside this select, after on change I'm going to add this data.category. That's it. And now you can see that it has been automatically selected. Now let's head over to our gigs controller, and we are going to add the edit gig here. So I think edit gig is pretty similar to add gig. So what I'm going to do is, give me a minute. I'm going to copy this add gig, paste it here, name this as edit gig. So these all things will remain the same: file keys, file names, request.query, get the query, Prisma client. So first, before this, we are going to get the old data. So const old data is equals to await prisma dot gigs dot find unique, and will pass in var id as parse int, and this is going to be request dot params dot gig id. That's it. Now I'm going to update this gigs update, and I will add the same var condition like this here, and pass in the data just the same as we did. And now what I'm going to do is, for the old data, we have get this data for deleting the old images if the images are changed. So what we are going to do is all data dot images. So if the old image exists still, so we are going to just delete that image. So that's it. Okay, so I think our edit API is done. So this is going to be 200. Successfully edited the gig. So all the changes we made here is we copied the add gig, and we just grabbed the old data first by the gig ID, and instead of create we used the update and added the var here, and deleted all the old images by this. And we should also import exist sync and unlink sync from fs. You can see that we have imported that here. So I think this is done. Our gig should be updated by this API, and now let's use this and head over to the gig routes, and in here we are going to add that route. So this is going to be gig routes dot put. Because this is an edit functionality, we are going to use put, and this is going to be edit gig, and we also need the gig ID. So gig ID, because this is a edit functionality, so we need the verify token, and we'll also have upload dot array, same as the create images, and at the end we'll have our edit gig. So that's it. Now let's head over to constants here and paste this here, change this, not the whole route, just this, to edit. This is going to be edit. Now let's head over to our gig ID page, and instead of this add gig name, we are going to rename this as edit gig. That's it. Now inside of this, what we are going to do here is this is the same, form data is same, response and everything should be changed. So instead of xjs.post we are going to use put, and this is going to be edit gig route, form data with credentials as true, headers this is true, and response dot status triple equals to 201. Then we want to redirect it to status, not status but seller gigs. This is going to be 200. So now let's try to update this. So react new gig 2 and change the type to graphic design, delivery to 23 days, revision to this. Let's remove Prisma, and instead of this image we'll use this, and we are going to remove this image. Change the description, let's change the price to $10,000 and edit the gig. Request field width 404. So it didn't find the route, or let's check it. API gigs. So it didn't find the route. I think we made the same mistake. Gig routes, edit gig. So this is edit gig, not edit. So let's head over to our constants, and this is going to be edit gig. Now we have to change the data again. Remove this Prisma, change this image to this image, edit gig, still 404. And this time why was the error? API gigs. So edit gig is not found. So it is edit gig or edit. Okay, it is edit gig. Okay, I know the issue. Let's head over to gig ID, and we have to pass in the gig ID here. So we have forgotten to use that. So this is going to be template string, and this is going to be an variable. And after this, I will pass in the ID. So this is going to be gig ID. That's it. Let's change the stuff here. Remove this too, remove this image. I'm going to add this image, this, edit gig, still 404. And this time API gigs, edit gig. Now what is the issue? Let's check it again. Inside the constants we have written edit gig here, and this is gig routes, edit gig. Okay, we have to add this here. Now let's try. Now there's a 500 error. So let's open this. Prisma.gigs.update. So unable to fit integer value. Okay, so we are using many values here. So let's decrease this. Let's decrease this too, because this is integer, and integer can support around about 30,000, 32,000 values. So now it's working. So yeah, the prices has been updated, and our edit functionality is there. Let's see the image. Okay, image is also being updated. So our edit functionality is also completed. And now what we are going to do is, when we search any query here, we want to list all the gigs from that. So now we are going to create the search query and the search component. So let's do that. So now I'm inside the gig routes page, and in here I'm going to add a new route for the search. So I'm going to write gig routes dot get, and this is going to be search gigs, and pass in our search gigs function which we have to create. So let's head over to gig controllers, and I'm going to copy this get gig data, paste it here, and this is going to be search gigs. Save it, head over to gig routes, make sure that it is imported, save it, head over to gig controllers, and let's grab the data. So first, instead of this id, we are going to check request.query.search term if there is a search term, or request.query.category if both one of the both values is true, then we want to execute the code. So Prisma client prisma.gigs dot not find unique, we want to use find many functionality, find many, because we need more than one. And for the query, instead of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function here which is create search query is equals to, we'll get the search term here and the category, and we'll dynamically create the query here. So initially our query would be const query equals to object where, and we'll pass the or operator and array, and we'll have include. I think we don't need include, we can pass this inside the include, we can pass created by as true. We will also need the reviews from here, so we will do that afterwards. And now after this, if there's a search term, then what we'll do is we'll do query dot where dot or dot push, and we'll pass in our query which is going to be title and contains search term, and we'll pass in the mode as insensitive, that's it. I'm going to copy this, paste it, and do the same for the category. So this is going to be category, and at the end I'm going to return the query. So if we have search term enabled, then we will have the search term query, and if we have category, then we will have the category query, and if we have both, then we have both inside this or. So that's it. And find many, inside here what I'm going to do is create search query and pass in request dot query dot search term and request dot query dot category. That's it. And this is giving us an error, request dot query, request is declared but its value is never read. Okay, so we don't have to pass an object here, so because of that we are having that error. So gigs, this is going to be gigs, this is going to be gigs here, and instead of gig id we are going to return the error here as search term or category is required. So our API part is complete. Now let's head over to the gig routes, not gig routes, but the constants, and add the search gig route here. So we are going to add this search gigs route, gig route, search gigs, that's it. Now let's create a search page. So here I'm going to create a new page which is search.jsx. Also inside the components I'm going to create a new folder which is going to be search, and inside of the search page, okay, this page should be inside of components, move, and inside the search we are going to create a search grid item dot jsx, write rfce, and head over to search, write rfce here as well. And in here what I'm going to do is, first we'll grab const router is equals to use router, and we'll grab the category or the query from the router dot query, and for state we'll use state snippet. So gigs, set gigs, initially this is going to be empty, and make sure that you import use state. So after this we'll have an use effect. We'll call this use effect when we have category change or the query change. And now we'll check if there is a category or there is a query, then we'll get the data. So for that we'll define this get data is equals to async and get data. Now let's get our data. So try and catch, not cache, storage, catch error, console log error const data, and from data we need the gigs is equals to await axios dot get, and this is going to be search gigs route, and we'll have template strings here. Search gig route, and query would be search term equals to query, and category equals to dollar category. That's it. Now let's set the gigs as gigs, and let's not destructure this, and I'm going to set this as data dot gigs. Also will console out the data so I can show you that. And now let's search for anything as, and we have as inspect. So we have XCS error that search is not found, search gigs is not there. I think let's head over to our routes. So this is gig routes, search gigs, and I need to add slash here, and this should work now. Okay, we have 0. Now let me search for WordPress, and now you can see that we have an array of 1 because we had the okay, is there any WordPress here? Video and animation and short description, React, new. Let's do one thing. Okay, so the name was this WordPress, and I think there is no name here. Category created at features, price, title. Okay, so these gigs are different, I think. Let me refresh this and search WordPress again. Word. Okay, this time it fetched correct data. So we have this WordPress website. Okay, this is working correct. Now let's show the data here. So our data is fetched successfully from server. So let's head over to search.jsx, and in here we'll have dev class name would be mx of 24 and mb of 24. And in here what I'm going to do is, if we have any query defined, then we want to show it here. So query is q and h3 results for strong, query strong. So this is that. And let's do one thing. We can do query or category to show the category as well. Not like this. We want to wrap this like this. That's it. Query or category. So we'll show. Okay, I don't think this is needed. Let's not do that. Now we need 3 buttons. So after this query, we have this 3 buttons: category, budget, delivery time, simple, Tailwind CSS. And after that, what we are going to do is, we'll have a div. Inside of that div, we will have another div with class name as margin y of 4. And now we'll have span, which will have gigs dot length, length, services available. Let's check. One service is available. Now let's give this a class name for font. So in here, after this, not here, here we'll add this class name of text this color and font medium. Okay, this is correct, and buttons are here, and we have this results for word. Now after this, what I'm going to do is, after this div here, I'm going to have another div which would have class name as grid calls of 4, and I'm going to map gigs. So gigs dot map, and get the gig, and use the search grid item component that we created, and pass in the gig here. Also key is gig dot id. So we'll have search grid item here. Let's do this. Let me do one thing. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to search for E, and now we have 2 data here. And what I will do is, now let's child this search grid item. So let's head over to search grid item. So first we'll destructure the gig from here, get the router, const router is equals to use router. We'll create a function named as calculate ratings. This function would be created afterwards when we have added the functionality to rate the gigs. So as of now, this is going to be empty, and we are also going to import this FA star component from React icons FA, and after this we are going to remove this and give it a class name of max width of 300 pixels, flex call, gap of 2, padding of 1, cursor of pointer, and margin bottom of 8. Make sure that this has space. After this, let's do one thing. I'm going to add an on-click listener here. After this, here on click, whenever I click on this, I want to navigate to gig/gig ID, so get the details of that gig, and we can order that gig from there. So that page is still yet to be created. Then we'll have relative with width as 64 and height as 40. And inside of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste in my image. So next image, make sure that it is imported. So source would be images URL and gig images of 0. Instead of images URL, I'm going to use the host here. So let's see if this is working. So images URL is not defined. I haven't used images URL. Let me refresh this gig, and why this image is not being loaded. Okay, I think we have to add, after this host, I have to add /uploads, and yeah, the images are loading now. Perfect. And now let's add other details. So after this div, I'm going to have another div which would have class name as flex item center, gap of 2, and inside of here I'll have a div with no class name. And what I'm going to do here is going to copy paste this component. So this is the same component that we used inside the navbar and the profile page. So if there is a profile image, then show the image, or else we want to show the avatar as the first letter of their email. So we have set the image, and after that we will have, after this div right here, we'll have span as gig.created username, and after that div we'll end this div and have another div which would show the gig title. So p would have class name of line clamp 2, then we'll give it a text of dynamic, not dynamic, but hash 404145, pass in gig dot title, save it, and we have the gig title here. Now we have that here. Now after that div, will have another div with flex items center and gap of 1, text yellow of 400, and we'll use the FA star component here to show the ratings. Now the rating number would not be displayed here because we are still yet to create the ratings. So we'll just use calculate ratings here. This would not return any data as of now, and we'll set the class name as font medium, and after this span we'll also have span which would show how many number of reviews this gig has. So gig dot reviews dot length, and we'll pass in the class name as text hash 74767E. Let's check it. It is going to give us an error because there is no reviews inside of this. Okay, for now it is working. So after this div right here, we'll have another div which will have strong, give it class name as font medium, and we'll use gig dot price here. So gig dot price, and also we'll pass in from dollar, this kind of thing. So yeah, this is ready. So we have WordPress website, and we still have to create the ratings here. So that's done, and now when we click on this, we'll be redirected to this page. So now let's do this functionality. So now before proceeding further, I want to make a big change to our application. So let's head over to Auth middleware, and instead of sending the cookies here, what I am going to do is I'm going to get the authorization header. So that's an industry standard. So request.headers.authorization.split, and I need the first value from it, and instead of token.jwt here, I'll just pass in the token, and let's head over to our auth wrapper now. And from here, what I'm going to do is I will remove this object from here, just store the JWT as JWT, that's it. And whenever I'm calling any API and passing with credentials as true, instead of that, what I'm going to do is pass in the cookie from the, not pass the cookie, but pass in an authorization header from here, which will have the JWT token. So let's do that in all our API calls. So starting with this gig ID page. So inside of here, so this one is put, and instead of this with credentials, I'm going to change this as authorization header. Give me a minute. Okay, so after this, we'll paste this authorization as bearer cookies.jwt, and we'll remove this. And to get the cookies, we'll use the use cookies at the top. So const cookies is equals to use cookies, like this. Then let's head over to create, and we will do the same here. Remove this with credentials, pass in, not this, let's copy that again from here, copy, paste it here. Let's grab the cookies. So const cookies equals to use cookies, that's it. Now we are inside the create page. Next is index. So we are getting the data from here. So instead of with credentials, let's pass in headers, not headers. Pass in this const cookies equals to use cookies, that's it. Inside app, we don't have any API call. Inside index, we don't have any API call, but inside profile, we will have an API call of setting the profile and getting the profile. So for that, first let me grab the const cookies equals to use cookies, and not this, but set profile here. Instead of with credentials, we'll pass in headers, authorization bearer, headers, authorization bearer, remove this with credentials, that's it. And Now what I'm going to do is let's head over to the create, and I think we need the okay, we are not making two API calls for the files, but inside of profile we were doing that. So headers inside of search, I think we don't need any that, because we aren't using the with credentials here. So let's test it out. Sign in with my user, and we have an error. Let me fix that. So what is that? Internal server error. So this might be because the change cannot read properties of undefined. So let's head over to our auth middleware, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to console out request.headers. So request.headers, let's reload the page, and let's reload it again. We have the headers, so we are passing in the cookie, but we don't have that. So I think inside the navbar we haven't used that. So navbar API call with credentials, so get user info with credentials true. So instead of this, headers, not this, let's grab those from profile, copy, paste, let's get the cookies. Okay, we have the cookies here. So are we making any another API call here? Axios post. That's it. So now let's try this out, and we still have error. We have the authorization here and it didn't give an error, so I think our token has expired. So let's head over to application cookies and clear it with this and sign in. Okay, I think we are having an error. Console, and there's a 403 error. So let's head over to our auth middleware, and 403 means token is not valid. So what I'm going to do is let's console out the token as well, token, and let's reload the page. Okay, so token is having only E as its value. So authorization and bearer. Let's do one thing. Request.headers dot authorization. Let's console this out. So we have the bearer, and let's get the split value also. Okay, so it's splitting the whole string with bearer. Okay, I need to pass an empty space here. So we haven't passed any empty space. So that error was because of that. Now it would work. And yeah, we are getting everything. Welcome to Fiverr clone. So yeah, this is working. So now let's remove our consoles. Remove. That's it. So that's working. Now let's add a profile picture. I'm gonna use this cool kitchen sheet, super awesome description, set profile, enter a unique username. So this is going to be kitchen at Fiverr set profile. This is working, but it's not redirecting. I don't know why. Okay, this is working. Now let's do our add our gigs. So let's search for a gig, and now when we have here, let's do one thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some gig data from Fiverr. So let's switch to seller. Okay, that is not working because we have bug, seller, gigs, create. So I'm going to create a gig. So let's head over to fiverr.com and I need to connect my internet. Okay, so we are at the Fiverr, and now let's do one thing. I'm going to grab the details of this. Not this, we want more details. So let's do one thing. Let's search for Next.js. I think this is good, but does this have any images? No, this doesn't have any images. So instead of this, let me refresh this page. There should be images. I'll do one thing. I'll add the images by myself. Let's copy this, paste the gig title, and let's copy all of this, paste the description, programming and tech. Delivery days would be 5 days, and we'll do 3 revisions. This is going to be React, Next.js, Firebase, Prisma, responsive. Then we will add media queries. Next we will add Node.js. That's it. Now let's add the images. And then go over to my images, open. I'm going to add multiple images here. And let's copy some short description. Let's grab this. And let's have the price as 25. Add gig. Gig has been added. Now let's search for Next.js. We have this gig. You can see that it's looking awesome. Let's click on it, and now let's have the details here. So initially we have to fetch the gig details here by the ID. So we aren't having the ID. So let's do that. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new page inside the gig folder. So we'll have to create the gig folder, and this is going to be gig id .jsx. I'm going to write rfce, and instead of this gig id, what I'm going to do is gigs page, and we have the gigs page here. Now let's get the details. So I think for that first we'll need to grab the data from the API. So for that, const router is equals to use router. Now let's grab the gig ID from there. Const gig ID equals to router dot query. It's not a function, sorry. Router dot query, and after this we will get the user info from use state provider. So const equals to use state provider, and from here I need the user info and I need the dispatch method. Now use effect. After we have the gig ID from here, gig ID and the dispatch, I want to call my API. So const fetch gig data equals to async try and catch error. And what I'm going to do is const data gig equals to await. We have already created the API for this, so this is going to be axios.get, and we are going to use get gig data API slash dollar gig ID. And after this, let's console out the error, console dot log error, and let's console out the gig, console dot log gig. Refresh the page, open up the console, and okay, we didn't call the function. So after this, if there is an gig ID, then we want to call fetch gig data function. So refresh gig, we have the gig details. Now let's do the stuff here for the UI. So now what I'm going to do is we are going to create two components, which is details and pricing. From so here we will have this details and here we'll have this pricing. So let's clone that. So for that, inside of components, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder which is gigs, and I will create new components which is details.jsx. Write RFCE here to create the component. Then we'll create pricing dot jsx, write RFCE here. Now let's head over to our gig ID component, this one, and uh, provide a class name here which is going to have grid calls of 3 and mx of 32 and a gap of 20. And inside of here we'll be calling our details component, details and pricing. And before moving further, what I'm going to do is, so we don't want to use the props drilling, so passing the props to these components. Instead, what I'm going to do is we have used the context, so I'm going to save that gig inside our context. So let's head over to state reducer, and in here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new reducer which is set gig data. So for that, let's head over to state, not state context, but here. So this is going to be set gig data and set gig data. Save it. Let's copy this and let's head over to our state reducers. And now case reducer cases dot set gig data, and we are going to return dot state and gig data. For gig data we have to save here gig data. Initially this is going to be undefined, and gig data as action dot gig data, action dot gig data. That's it. Now let's head over to state context here, not state context, gig ID, and we are going to dispatch that. So dispatch type reducer cases dot set gig data, and gig data would be gig. That's it. Now let's head over to our I think first we will do the pricing component. After that we'll do the details component, but because details component is pretty big, and let's complete the pricing first. So pricing, and from here I just want to do two things here. I'm going to import the useChat provider and use router. So we need the dispatch, user info, and gig data. That's it. Now after this, let's do one thing. Instead of this divs, we are going to use the fragments and remove this pricing. And if there is gig data, then only we want to render a div. That's it. Now let's give this div a class name of sticky top 36, margin bottom of 10, height of max, width of 96. Save it. And inside of this div, what I am going to do is have another div, save it, div. Inside of this div, we'll have another div again, and we'll have h4 here. So I'm going to have gig data dot short description here, and let's see, here we have our short description, and instead of this div, I'm going to paste this div with this class name, and for this div, I'm going to give it a class name of flex and justify between. That's it. And now the h4 has this class name, so I'm gonna copy this, paste it here, and I'll just remove this h4. It's a text color and font sizing. That's it. So it is here. We have the box here, and after this h4, I'm going to have an h6 of price. So this is the h6 with kick data dot price. Let's see it. Yeah, we have that here. Now after this div right here, we'll have another div which won't be having any class name, and inside of that div, what I am going to do here is paste in this, and we need fi clock and fi refresh from React icons fi. So fi clock, fi refresh, save it. Inside here we have gig data dot delivery time and gig data dot revisions. Pretty simple stuff. Let's see it. Yeah, that's here. Now after this div right here, and what should I do now? So after this div right here, I will add a UL, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have conditional JSX. So this is that. So if the user ID triple equals to user info.id, so if this gig is created by this user, then we want to show the edit button, and if it is not created by that user, then we want to show the continue button. And when we hit the continue button, we will head over to checkout with the gig ID, and when we click on the edit button, we will be redirecting to the edit page. So that's it. That's the simple stuff. And let's import the icons that we are using. So they are going to be these icons. So bi right arrow left and bs check lg. Import those. Now let's check it here. Okay, we have some issue with our button. So I think these buttons were not inside the li, but they were outside the li. So cut it from here, paste it here, and now let's see. Yeah, it is working perfectly. Now let's display the features here. So inside this UL, what I'm going to do is I'm going to map the features. So data.features, and that's the pretty stuff. And we have the features here. So I think this is complete, and at the end what we are going to do here, so after this div I'm going to add another div of contact me. So what we are doing here is, if this gig is not created by the current user, then we want to display the contact me button. That's it. Let's check it. Now let's click on the edit, and we are on the edit page for this gig. And let's do one thing. I'm going to open this inside an incognito mode. Okay, we have an error. Let's do one thing. Have question mark here. Question mark here, and let's test it out again. Yeah, we have this, and we have continue button and contact me button. So this is complete, and now let's have the details here. So for details, let's head over to the details component, and inside here what I'm going to do is, so I'm inside the details component, and in here what I'm going to do first is I'm going to create a state and grab the state from useStateProvider. So useStateProvider, and this useState, this is for the images of the Fiverr clone. After this I'm going to have an use effect here. So as soon as we have the gig data, and then we are setting the current image as gig data images of 0. And after this, let's remove this, have fragments here, and if we have gig data, then only we want to render. If we have gig data and current image not equals to an empty string, then we will render our data. So the data would be a div. So this div would have class name as call span of 2, flex call, and gap of 3. Now let's check it here. So use effect needs to be imported. Now you can see that we have 2 columns here. In total we have a grid with 3 columns, and 2 columns are for this details and 1 column is for this. So this is looking great. Now let's add the details. So after this, inside we will have an h2 first. So this is going to have the gig title. So gig title is here with this class names, and after this h2 will have div with class name as flex, item center, and a gap of 2. Inside of this div will have an empty div, and what I am going to do here is grab the user's image. So this is the same stuff that we did in the profile section and in the navbar. So if the gig data dot created by profile image is there, then we want to display this image, or else we are going to display the created by email and 0 data. So profile image is undefined, so let's add a question mark here, and let's do the same here. Now we have an error with this. So this is gig data dot created by dot email. So are we getting the gig data? Yeah, we are getting the gig data. So gig data title is there. Let's console out the gig data. Console log gig data, save it, inspect, console, gig data. So I think we are not getting the user information from this, so we need to do that. For that, what should be done? Let's head over to get gig data inside gig's controller, and this is get gig data. Uh, from here, with this where clause, I am going to include the include clause, and we want the created by as true here. So then we'll get the user information, I think. Refresh, and we are not having that. Okay, so we'll have a error inside our query. Okay, so this should be outside of this. Let's refresh it. Host is not defined, so we need to import the host. So host is here. Import the host from constants. Reload the page. Now I think we haven't imported this image from next image. Make sure that you import the image and host. Reload this, and now we have this image that's working, and inside of this you can see that we have this created by here, so that's great. Now let's move further inside our details component, and after this div we are going to have another div, so flex gap 2 and items center, and inside of this we'll have an h4 and h6 which would have the username and full name of the user gig creator. So gig data dot created by full name, gig data dot created by username. Save this, and yeah, it is here. Now after this, what I'm going to do is after this div right here, I will have another div with flex items center and gap of 1, and inside of this I will have another div with flex. And now what I will do here is I'm going to paste in this little component, import FA star from React icons FA. So this one, React icons FA, and what we are doing is we are mapping 5 stars with this, and the class name would be average ratings of star is greater than equal to this. So we haven't developed this logic as of now. So what I'm going to do is, don't want to provide any color for now, and like this. Let's do one thing, let's remove this only. Now let's here we have black stars, that's okay for now. And after that we'll have 2 spans which will have the average ratings and gig data reviews length, but as we have not created the reviews now, so that's not gonna be useful, so I'm not doing that now. We'll do that afterwards. So leaving out 3 divs from here, I'm gonna have another div with flex call, gap of 4. Inside of this I am going to have the image component first. So this is going to have the current image that we had. So the image is here, and we have the scroll effect on the image, not scroll but zoom effect. So we get the image host inside the uploads and the current image. That's it. We give this class name, and after this what I'm going to do is I'm going to map all the other images. After this div, I'm going to map all the other images, and when we click on this div on this image, we want to set that image as this image. So let's see. Click, click, click. So yeah, everything is working and the images are looking great. Now I made a mistake here. So this is not a flex component. So we are not having any spacing in this between because of this. So this is a div right here, and we have to give it an class name of flex. This is again a div. So yeah, we have the spacing now, looking perfect. Now after this div, and this div also, and we'll have another div which will have an h3 and p which says about this gig and gig data dot description. So we have the description here. Now after this, what I'm going to have is another div. Now this is the details about the seller. So initially we'll have an h3 that says about the seller, then we'll have div with a class name of flex and gap of 4, and we'll do the same stuff that we did above of if the created by has profile image, and then we need to show this image or the email. So this is here. Now after this div, what I'm going to do is have another div which would have class name as flex call. So this is flex call and a gap of 1, and inside of this div what I will have is the username and created by stuff. So this is here. Now after this div right here, we'll have the bio description of the user. Super awesome description. And after this we'll have the ratings component for this user. So I'm going to paste in this. So this is the component. We have this. Now I'm going to again comment out this for now, or else I'll just remove this for now. That's we used above, and the average rating and total reviews. So we don't have this for now, so I'll remove those stars. And yeah, so this component is complete now. Because we don't have any reviews, so we are not adding the reviews and add reviews component now. After we have ordered the gig and the order payment is completed, and then we will add the reviews and we'll create the models and the controllers for that. So that's it. So this page is complete now for now. Now we'll head over to this other one, hit the continue, and now we'll connect this with Stripe. So let's do that. So now let's head over to our schema.prisma file, and I'm going to add a new schema here for orders. So when we click on the order button, continue button of the gig page, we want to create an order. So for creating the order, first we'll have a table inside our database. So for that we'll have to create the schema. So ID will have unique ID here, default, auto increment. After ID we'll have created at, give it a date time, give it a default, and now after that we'll have a buyer. So this is again a foreign key here, so we have to add the relations with fields buyer id, and references would be id. So let's add the buyer id here, buyer id, which is going to be an integer, and this is going to be fields. Save it, and we still have an error. Okay, now let's head over to this user, and user would have an orders. So we don't have any error here now. After this buyer ID, what I'm going to do is we will have a payment intent which is created by Stripe, and we will store this unique string inside our database. After that we'll have is completed field is completed as boolean, and by default this would have a value of false. Then we'll have gig, which is gigs at relation fields gig id, and references would be of id gig id. Now as we are using this relation, we also have to create orders here. So orders, and the gig id would be an integer. After this we'll have price would be integer, and for this order we will have the messages, so this messages would be added afterwards, and that's it. So we have two relations here. Order should have a relation with the user, so a user can create an order, and order should also be associated with a gig. So for which gig this order is associated is, so that information is stored here. So that's the two foreign keys that we have used. So that's it for the orders. Now let's push this. So what I'm going to do is npm Prisma, not npm, it's npx Prisma db push, and that's complete. Now let's start our server yarn dev, close this terminal. Let's head over to here, controllers, and we are going to create order controllers .js, and we are going to create order routes .js. Let's copy some stuff from here, copy. Let's head over to this and change this to orders routes, and let's head over to our index.js. Let's use that here, app.use /API /orders routes. That's it. Make sure that we have .js here, and now let's create a route first to set the order. So that is going to be create, so order routes dot post, and this is going to be create. We need to verify the token, and make sure that you add .js here, and after this verify token we will create order by create order function. So this should be created inside our this order controller. So for that I'm going to copy one of this, head over to order controllers, paste it here. I'm going to import the Prisma client, remove this, we don't need this. Let's remove this also, and let's remove this. So this should be changed from get gig data to add order. Let's head over to here, order routes, and let's add an order. Now what I'm going to do is, inside the order controllers add order, what I will do here is I'm going to first check if we have request.body.gig id, then only we want to do this thing, or we'll say gig id is required. So after this we'll get the gig id. So gig id equals to request.body. Now what I will do is I will get that gig first. So const gig is equals to await prisma dot gigs dot find unique. Why I'm finding this here? Because we need the price of the gig. We are only passing on the gig id, and we will get the price of that gig from the gig itself. So id parse int, and we'll pass in the gig id here. So we'll have our gig here, and now what we'll do is we'll create a payment intent from the Stripe. So for that, let's head over to this URL, which is custom payment flow. I will share this URL in the description, and we need to add some packages. So for the node library we will use this npm installs Stripe. So head over to server, and I'm going to write yarn add Stripe, wait for this to install, and after this is done, then we will have to create a payment intent. So this API key is required. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to log in into my Stripe account, and this API key would be then your API key. So I'm going to sign in. Bridges. Okay, I have successfully signed in, and you can see that the API key is changed now. So we can directly copy up this API. So for that, what I'm going to do is head over to this. I'm going to start my server, make sure that the library has been installed. This is yarn dev. Now I'm going to have my Stripe ID by this. Const stripe is equals to new stripe, and pass in that, and we have to import this stripe from the Stripe package. Also make sure that this has to come from your environment variable file. So let's proceed further. Now I'm going to create an payment intent. So for that, const payment intent equals to await Stripe dot payment intents dot create. So that's an Stripe function, and we have to pass an amount here. So we'll get the gig and pass in the gig price and multiply that by 100. Then we'll have the currency as USD here. After that, we'll have automatic payment methods, and that should be enabled. So this can be copied from the Stripe website itself. This is this, and after that I'm going to store the intent inside our orders. So await prisma dot orders create. This is going to be a new order. We'll pass in our data here, and inside of this we'll pass in payment intent as payment intent dot id. After this we'll have the price here, so gig price. Then we'll have the buyer, so this is going to be the connect id request dot user id, and we'll do the same for gig connect id request, not request, we have created the gig id here, gig id. And now response dot status 201, which is JSON, and we'll pass in here the client secret. So client secret is going to be payment intent dot client secret, that is provided by Firebase. And that's it. Now let's head over to our constants file and add the order routes here. So for that we have this route, export orders route orders, and let's have the create order route, create order routes / create. That's it. Now I'm going to head over to my UI here, and I need to log out first. So for that, head over to application, delete the cookie. I'm going to sign in with my other user. Sign in. And let's continue to buy this. Continue. And here checkout gig id equals to 3. Let's refresh this. Checkout gig id 3. Okay, so we have to create the page. So inside the pages, I'm going to create a new file which is going to be orders, not orders, but checkout.jsx. I will write RFCE here. Okay. Now what I will do inside the checkout page is, as soon as I hit this page, I want to call the use effect and call our create order and create a new order here. So let's do that. So for that, what I am going to do is, first we'll create a state, get the cookies, get the router, and get the gig ID from here. So import use state. We'll set our client secret that is sent by the server here. Get the cookies, get the use router, and let's write use effect. After the gig ID is here, if there is gig ID, then we will call our function. So this is going to be const create order equals to async, and create order, wrap this inside try and catch, try catch error console.log error. That's it. Now let's grab the data equals to await axios dot post, and we'll pass in the create order here and pass in the gig id, and we'll pass in the headers of the authorization bearer token. That's it. Now after this we'll set the client secret. Set client secret is equals to data dot client secret. Now let's call in our API request field 403 because I have not successfully logged in. So let me log in. Okay, so I have logged in with the same user. So let me log out again, delete this cookie, join, and now let's use Steven. Steven. Let's head over to profile. Okay, it is set. Now let's hit continue and let's check if our API was called. We still have Axios error, internal server error. So let's check it. Provided string, expected int. So gig connect, we have to make sure that it is an integer. So inside order controllers here, we have to parse it by parse int. That's it. Now let's reload the page again, and we don't have any error for this. Let's see the network, create and preview. We have the client secret. Now we have the client secret, and what I'm going to do here is create two variables, which is inside the checkout. After all of this, I'm going to create two variables, which is appearance and options. So this is for Stripe, and now what I'm going to do is going to replace this div with this, and inside of this div I'm going to first have an h1, and let's see, please complete the payment to place the order. Now we'll grab everything from Stripe. So scroll down. So for Stripe to work on the our Next app, we have to install this packages. So this is this, copy this packages, and we are going to install it. Yarn add. Oh, there's a mistake. So this is JS. Okay, that's been installed. Now yarn dev to start the server. Let's close this, and now at the end let's copy this entire thing and paste it here. We have to create this checkout form, so let's head over to our components here, and I'm going to create this checkout form.jsx, and for the checkout form, let's copy this entire thing from here, import, copy, paste it here, and let's import that here, checkout form. And now if we refresh this, okay, we don't have elements defined, so elements should also be imported from React Stripe.js. Stripe promise is not defined. So okay, so for Stripe promise, what is it? Let's head over to here and app.jsx. You can see that there is this Stripe promise. So let's copy this and paste it here, and we need to have this function load Stripe. Now you can see that we have this form here. So this is looking great, and now we have to style the pay now button inside the checkout form. So to do that, we'll just have our custom button with the style name. So I will head over to the checkout form, and we have this button here, and I'm going to add this class name here, this class name. It's the button that we used inside the create order page. And if you see here, then we have this green button. So that is looking great. And we need to do one thing. We need to change this return URL from here. So this return URL would be another thing, which is, let's replace this with window.location.origin. So this is the domain name of our application. In this case, it would be localhost 3000. But when we host this application, so it would be its location origin, and then we will head over to the success page as soon as the payment is confirmed. So let's do that. So now after this, what I'm going to do is, let's do one thing. I'll show you one thing. The test cards. So you can use these test cards to successfully complete the order. So I'm going to use one of this. Use any email, and I'm going to paste a card here. And this all UI is provided by Fiverr, and I will use a future expiration date and 3 digit of random CVV. Pay now, and we are redirected to our success page. So now we have to create this success page, get the payment intent from here, and send it to the client, and not the client but the server, to and create an API there to say that our order was successful. Now I'll do one thing. I will show you the orders table. So cd server npx Prisma Studio. Let's open up the Prisma Studio, and let's head over to orders here. And you can see that we have this orders, and its is completed status is false. So what we are going to do is, we will create an API and say that this any of the order is completed with this success page. So we'll grab the payment intent from here and compare it with this, and we'll check it. If it is it's both are same, then we'll change is completed to true. So the order was successfully completed. So first we'll have this success page. So pages success.jsx, and inside the success, let me close this, RFCE, save it, and let's see, we have the success page. And first what I'm going to do is, I will have some demo data instead of this div. So div with this class name and h1 and h1. So payment successful, you are redirecting to the orders page. Please do not close this page. So that's it. Now we'll have a use effect here to get the payment intent and send it to the server. So for that, I'm going to use router and get the payment intent from router.query, and use the use cookies, create a use effect, and if there is a payment intent, then we will do this const change order status equals to async try and catch error console log error, and after this we'll check if payment intent is there, then we want to change the order status. And after that what I want to do is I want to create a timeout and uh, say this router.push as buyer orders, and we want to navigate it to there after 5 milliseconds, not 5 milliseconds but 5 seconds, and we'll have an else part here if there is no payment intent, and if user has navigated to this page, then we want to push it to the index page. So async is not defined. Okay, let's remove this and this, and I'm going to comment out this for now. Still async is not defined. Change order status equals to async. That's it. Okay, let's go back. Let's complete the payment. I'm going to use another card which is 54545454 55555. Pay now. Okay, it's redirecting us to the other page. Let's do this. We don't want to get redirected. Five four five four five four. Pay now. Success and payment intent. Payment intent. Okay, this spelling is perfect. Now let's create our order success API. So let's head over to orders controller, order controllers, and I have this simple confirm order API here. So confirm order will get the request.body.payment intent and update the orders where payment intent is this payment intent and data is this is completed as true. So we are just updating this is complete as true, and that's the very simple API. Now let's head over to our order routes and create the success route. So order routes success this route. Let's import the confirm order function, and this is orders routes. That's it. Now let's head over to our constants, and now we'll have the success route here. So now after this, let's head over to our success page and call out the API here, success, and inside the try block I'm going to have await axios dot put and pass in the orders route here, not orders route, orders success route, and payment intent would be this payment intent, and let's also pass in our headers with credentials. So after this I'm going to pass in this, we don't need this with credentials, headers authorization bearer token, and that's it. Now let's remove this set timeout and even this. Okay, so if payment intent, so we are getting the payment intent. Okay, we are inside our buyer's orders, so let's refresh this and see if any of the values is true. No, it is not. So inspect network, let's go back. Let's go back again. I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna open my history and yeah, we need this route. Copy this. Okay, I'm going to stop the redirection for now. Let's see what's the issue here. History, inspect, and cannot delete properties of origin. Protocol error. Why we have this error, I'm not sure. Okay, so this is from Axios. Did we imported Axios? We have. Let's refresh it. Type error, reading protocol. Before this, let's do one thing. I'm going to console out the payment intent. Payment intent. Okay, we have the payment intent. Okay, so initially this is going to be undefined, the payment intent, and in that time we are being pushed to this. So let's remove this else part for now and change order status, but our axios.put is giving us an error. Okay, async await. I will do one thing here. I'm going to comment out this and check it if there's still an error. No, we don't have the error. This is different error. This is for the success, this one. So await axios.put order success route payment intent. We provided the headers. Headers is headers authorization where we get the cookies. Okay, why are we getting still the error? Cannot read properties undefined of reading protocol. I think we haven't saved this file. Yeah, that was because we haven't saved this file. So we called in the success. So there is no response from this success API. Let's head over to our gigs controller and not gigs controller, orders controller. So confirm order. Do we have any error? Order routes is not defined. Where? Let's head over to order routes. Orders routes are not defined. Why is that? Okay, this is running perfectly. Let's refresh it again. Let's head over to confirm order and console out here. Okay, I think we haven't returned anything from here, so we need to return the response that it has been successfully completed. So for that, confirm order. Let's see if this has true. Yeah, this is true. So the API is working. I think we don't need to send any response here. What I'm going to do is, instead of sending the response, we'll just enable our uh, success and enable set timeout. Okay, we are being redirected. Now I am going to add another order. So next I'm going to create this React new, continue 54545454 555 pay now, and let's check our Prisma here. So this is true, this is completed, other order is completed with this price, and yeah, we are being redirected. So this is complete. Now what I'm going to do is, after we have completed an order, we want to add the review for that. So let's do the review component now. So now before the review stuff, I would like to add this page of buyer orders. So let's do that. So for that, what we will be doing is create a folder named as buyer, new folder, there's no new folder. Okay, new folder, buyer, inside of that index.tsx rfce, and let's check if the page is here. Okay, we have to create orders inside the buyers. So buyers, new folder, orders, and inside the orders we'll have this, save it. Yeah, we have this page here. So inside of here we are going to have the simple table, and the table would show the orders of the user. So now let's head over to order controllers, and I'm going to create a new function here, which is get buyer orders, and this is just basic stuff. So get buyer orders, if there's an user ID, then get the buyer then get the orders that are completed, and the buyer ID is request.user_id. Also include the gig details of this order and return the orders to the user. So that's the stuff. Save this and let's head over to order routes, and here I will add new order routes dot get. So get buyer orders and verify token, and get buyer orders. Save it. Let's head over to constants.js, and in here I will add the same stuff of get buyer orders. So get buyer orders, order routes, get buyer orders. Now let's head over to index.tsx, and this is not tsx, this is going to be jsx. And let's get the data. So before that, what I'm going to do is this stuff, cookies, use state and use state provider, use state provider. After this, we'll need an use effect to get the data, use effect, and as soon as we have the user info, we'll call our API and the use effect hook. So const get orders equals to async get orders, and in here, try, catch, error, console log, error. Now we'll get data, and what I will do is data equals to await axios dot this is going to be get axios dot get buyer orders, and I'll pass in the headers. So headers would be authorization, bearer token. So that's it. Now after this, set orders, and this is going to be data dot orders. That's it. And let's console out the orders here so you can see orders, inspect, console. Orders is an empty object. Why is that? Let's refresh it. Okay, so let's check this, the user of this. So the user of this is Steven. Okay, so all the orders have been created by Steven only. So our current logged in user is also Steven. Then why it is not working? Okay, so this is working, but what we are doing here is we are consoling this orders. Instead, we want to console data dot orders, and data is going to be a, yeah, we have our orders here. So yeah, that's working. So let's remove this, and what I'm going to do here is let's head over to the seller and index. I'm going to copy all of this component from here, head over to index and paste that here. So the table is same, and we are going to remove this and write orders. So instead of name we'll have order ID, then we'll have name, then we'll have category. After that, let's copy this, paste it, and this is going to be price, this is going to be delivery time, then we'll have order date, and at the end we'll have the send message button. So I'm going to remove the span from here, and this is going to be send message. Now instead of gigs we'll have orders here, and I'm not going to destructure anything from here. I'll just get the order, and the ID for this would be key order dot ID. This is going to be order dot ID. Then we'll have order dot gig dot title here. So remove this order dot gig dot title, and instead of this price we'll have order dot gig dot category. Then instead of this delivery time we'll have order dot gig dot price, and let's copy this, and after this I'm going to have order dot gig dot delivery time, and instead of this href right here, I'm going to replace this with the messages href. So buyer order messages. So we have not created this, but we'll create this to send the message, and change this to send. Now let's head over to here. Okay, link is not defined. Import the link from next link. This is great. Okay, we have not added order date, we have to add that. So for order date, after this I'm going to add this order dot created at dot split of t, and we have the order date here. So great, that's looking great. Now let's see this, and we don't need text right here. And yeah, this is looking great. When we click over this, okay, though it is send messages here. Okay, so all your orders page is complete for the buyer side, and we'll have to do the same for the seller side also. So let's do that. So now let's create this buy orders page for the seller also. So inside the seller I'm going to create a new folder which is going to be orders and index.jsx. So in here what I will do is there is not much change, so I will head over to this orders. I'm going to copy this, paste that component here, and change this to seller, and we have the same data here, but now this is going to be for the seller side. So let's head over to our order controllers. So we have to create the API for that first, and this is going to be get seller orders. And in here what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the query. So where would have the gig and created by gig created by id and parse int request dot user id int, this is created by and request dot user id, and after this we'll also have another condition which is completed true, and we want to include the gig as true, and we also want to include the buyer. So buyer would be true, we don't need this include, and that's it. So now let's head over to order routes, do the same and just change this to get seller orders and get seller orders. Let's head over to our constants, copy, paste. This is going to be get seller orders and this is going to be seller. Let's head over to our index.jsx here inside the orders, and this is going to be yeah, we'll change this to get seller orders route. That's it. Let's refresh it, inspect. Do we have any error? No, we don't, because no one has purchased anything from this user. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to log in with another user, clear Fiverr, refresh and sign in, and this time it's going to be this user. Switch to seller and orders. Yeah, we have one order which is successful. So let me see in the studio. Discard the changes, orders, and there are two orders which are true, and this one is gig 1 and gig 3. So let's see gig 1 and 3 which user has been created as gig 1 3 and created by gig 1 is created by the user email. Okay, this one is from other user and this one is from other user. Okay, so this is displaying us the correct information. So this is perfect, and now we can send the messages to between buyer and seller. So we have to create a message container for that and the message database and everything. So uh, let's do one thing. I'm going to complete the add review section first, and then we'll do this send message functionality, and that's all. Then our Fiverr functionality is almost completed. So we'll do that, and we have this buyer seller switching bug, so we'll also fix that. So now for adding reviews, we need to add a schema in our Prisma file. So model reviews, and we'll give it an ID of integer. This is ID. Default is auto increment. Then let's give it a created at, and I'm going to copy the created at from here, paste the created at. Then rating is an integer rating. Then review text is string, and this can be optional. Now I want the gig for which this review is, so I'm going to copy this also, gig ID, and add reviews in our gigs. So reviews, and after this I will add reviewer as user. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and this is going to be reviewer, and reviewer ID is integer, and let's add reviews for the user. So reviews, that's it. Okay, instead of buyer ID we are going to use the reviewer ID. Let's copy that from here, paste it, and so we have fixed every errors. And now let's create the schema. So npx prisma db push to push the schema. It's done. Let's run our server. Npm, not npm, yarn dev. That's it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new controller, new function inside our controller to check if user has ordered the gig. So let's do that. So first I'm going to paste in this function, which is export const check gig order, and this will check if the user has ordered the gig. So we're getting the user ID, gig ID, and we have to create this check order function. And in here what I'm going to do is paste in this is the function const check order, and this will get the user ID, gig ID, and it will check if user has ordered the gig by finding a first inside the orders where buyer ID is the user ID, gig ID is this gig ID, and the completed status is true, and it will return that. If it finds anything, then it will return an object, or else it will return a false, and based on that we are returning an response. So that's it. And for that we need to add a gig route. So gig routes dot this is going to be get check gig order colon gig ID, verify token, and check gig order. That's it. Now let's head over to constants file, and we are going to add a route to check the gig. So this is the route. So inside our this gigs section, I'm going to add this check user ordered gig route, and this is that. Now we are going to call this inside our gig ID. So this is going to be gig ID inside Fiverr source pages gig, and inside of here what I'm going to do is, after this I'm going to create another use effect which will call this function. So we need the gig ID, user info, and dispatch method. We are calling it and dispatching the has user ordered gig. So for that we also need to set up our reducer. So for that what I'm gonna do is head over to our constants for context, and inside of here what I'm going to do is I'm going to add two things, which is has user ordered gig and add review. So these are the reducer cases, and for that we are going to add the reducer. So for that let's head over to state reducer, and after this I'm going to add these things here. Reducer cases has user order get and set it from the action, and for the add review this is that. And what I will do here is paste it here, save it. So I will explain the code afterwards. So when we add the review I'll explain this. For now we have just written it. Now let's head over to gig ID, and this has been set dynamically by there. And now let's add a new component which is reviews.jsx, and add review.jsx. So RFCE, same for the reviews, RFCE. Let's add it to this, and what I will do here inside the details after this div I'm going to add the reviews and the UI for add review. So first we'll check has ordered is true, then only we want to add the review. So we need has ordered from here, so make sure that you have it. And let's head over to any of the gig, and in here we have this reviews, and this gig is created by this user only, so we don't have the add button. Let's check it. Okay, let's order this gig. 54545454. Pay now. Okay, now let's head over here, and I think this is not working, our add review UI. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an alert here of has ordered. Let's check it. Has ordered is false. Why is that? Is the API call made? Let's refresh this, head over to network. Okay, alert is not defined. Remove this, refresh, and get user info, and in here we are not calling the other API, so I forgot to save it. Let me reload this. Now we have an 500 error, so let's head over to our server and cannot read properties of undefined split. So as user ordered get, okay, so I need to add headers here. So headers, now head over to any of this. I'll just go to my index and copy up this, paste it here, and get the cookies from use cookies. So const cookies equals to use cookies. That's it. Now this should work. Reload. Okay, it expected a string inside details. This is causing issue. I think this one. Let's close it, refresh, and check gig order response. User has ordered the gig, and now let's save this. Head over to add review and save this component, and we have the add reviews component now. So now let's create a UI for adding the review first, and after that we'll list the reviews. So for that, what I'm going to do is remove this, and this would have a class name of margin bottom 10. After that we'll have an h3 here. So this is the name of the creator, so we'll fix that. So now after this h3, I'm going to have a div, and this is going to have several of classes. So I'm going to have it here, div, class name, and after this I'm going to have a button here. So the button has been copied from the set profile or any of the pages that we have used this green button, and I'm going to create a function add review. So const add review equals to this. Let's check it here. We have the add review button, and before that we will have flex gap 1, and what we will do is first we'll create a state and other things that we need. So we need the useState provider, we just need the dispatch method, we need the cookies, then we have this state which has review text and rating, and use router will get the gig IT. So we need this because we want to know in which gig we want to add the review. So after this, what I will do here is I will have the rating component. So we need fa star, make sure that is imported from React Icons FA. So we imported 1 2 3 4 we mapped 1 2 3 4 5 with this fa star, and whenever we click on any of this star, it will set the rating number, and if it is greater than equal to this, then it will show yellow star or it will show the gray star. So let me show you that. When I will click on this third star, it will have 3 stars, 4 star, and when I will click add review, it will add the review to that user. And now we'll have a text area to add the review. So the styles of this text area has been copied from the add gig page. So that's pretty much it. We are setting this as controlled component by adding the name, ID, and the onChange and value. That's pretty much it. We have the review here. Now I think there is some issue in this because, okay, so this should be outside, this text area should be outside of this div, and this is looking perfect. Now let's create the functionality to add the review itself. So for adding the review, first we'll need to create the API. So let's head over to gigs controller, and in here we are going to create a new uh, function which is going to be export add review equals to request response next. We'll have try and catch here, console log error. Now if there is request dot user id and there is request dot params dot gig id, then only we want to move forward, and we'll check if this user has ordered the gig by check gig order function. Not check gig order, we are going to use check order that we create. This is a reusable function, so we'll pass in the request dot user id and request dot params dot gig id, and now after this, if request dot body dot review text and request dot body dot rating is there, then only we want to add the review. So const prisma is equals to new prisma client. Also make sure that this is an async function here, async prisma client. Okay, this is a new, not a new, and now const new review equals to await prisma dot reviews, not reviews, yeah, reviews dot create, and we'll pass in the data as rating as request dot body dot rating. The review text would be request dot body dot review text, and the reviewer would be connect, will connect the user here. So connect id parse int, and this is going to be request dot user id, and we'll also have gig here, so we'll use the connect here to connect the gig. Connect id request dot params dot gig id, and make sure that you use the parseint here because the id should be integer only, parseint. And now when we return this review, we want to include the reviewer inside it, reviewer as true. That's it. Now after this, we want to return response dot status as 201, and JSON would be new review. That's it. And after this, we will add a 400 an error after this this if condition that review text and rating are required. So review text and rating is required, and after this div I'm going to uh, not this one, this div I'm going to have user ID and gig ID are required, and after this div I'm going to have that you need to purchase the gig in order to add a review. So let me just write it here. You need to purchase the gig in order to add the review. So that's it. Now I am going to add this inside our gig routes. So gig routes is gig routes dot post add review gig id verify token add review. Make sure that you import add review, and let's head over to our constants file, constants, and we want to add the review. So after this add review, save it, head over to add review, and now we are going to make the API call here and add the review. So for that, first let's have try and catch error, console log error, and const response equals to await axios dot post template string add review slash gig id, and after this we'll have dot 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 data. We'll spread the data, pass in the headers as authorization bearer token. So that's it. This should be a sync right here, and after after this we'll check if response dot status triple equals to 201. Then we'll set the data right here, review text as empty and rating to 0, and dispatch type as reducer cases dot add review, and new review would be the response dot data dot new review. That's it. And now what we will be doing is, let's head over to our gigs controller, and when we get the gig, so this one, not this one, get gig data. So inside the get gig data we are gonna include the reviews of the user. So now after this what I'm going to do is const user with gigs equals to await prisma dot user dot find unique, and pass in var id gig dot created by dot id, and I want to include the gigs include reviews as true, and in here after this I'm going to add reviews include reviewer as true. So this is reviewer. So that's it, and this functionality is gonna used afterwards, so I'm just gonna comment it. We just return it here. So we are getting the reviews now for this gig also by this. Forgot about this for now. So let's head over to our add review, and I'm gonna come here, and there's an error here. Let's head over to our add review. And do we have any error here? Let me refresh this. From where this is generated? Okay, so we just have to save this file to get rid of that error. Now let me add a review. Awesome product. Add review. And let's head over to Prisma Studio. Refresh it. I think I need to rerun the Prisma Studio. npx Prisma Studio. Okay, reviews. We have one review. Awesome product. So our reviews are being saved. Now let's check if we are getting the reviews inside our gigs. Console, gig data, and reviews. So reviews is an empty object. Okay, so we need to fix this. Reviews is an empty object. Let's check it. Reviews. Which gig is this? React new. And this is title. Okay, we have added in here and we were seeing about this. So review are here for this gig. There seems to be some error, I think. We added the reviews for this. Let's close this for now. Gig data, reviews. Okay, we have the reviewer. Okay, it is working. Sorry, my bad. Now let's map the reviews here. So for that, what I'm going to do is we'll have a reviews component here. Reviews component, and let's grab the data first. So for that, I'm going to paste in this code. Use state provider and average ratings and set average ratings. So what we are going to do is we'll get the gig data, and as soon as our gig data is loaded, we are gonna calculate the average ratings of this gig by all the reviews. So what we'll do is we'll check if there is a review, and initially the average rating is 0, and what we'll do is we'll add all the ratings of all the reviews and divide it by the total reviews and set it to our set average ratings and show it here. So for that, let's do one thing. Let's have first the gig data, and if there is an gig data, then we need to show this div. Save it, and the div has class name of mb10, and after this we'll have first the h3 here. This says review, and let's check it out here. Okay, use state is not defined here. Let's import that, and now what is not defined? Use effect. We have the reviews text here, and after that what we will have is another div which will have the average ratings of the user. So inside of this div, after this, I'm going to add this div here. This says that reviews for the gigs and average ratings. So we have to import the fa star, and because we added 4 rating for this, so we have 1 review, and with this we have this. So that's working. Now let me add a review with 1 rating and bad product. Add review. So it dynamically updated with 2 reviews and 2.5, so this is working perfectly. Now let me add new review which is going to have 5-star rating and add review. As soon as we add, this gets updated. So now after this, what we will do, we'll add the reviews itself here. So for that, let's create a div with class name as flex call and gap of 6. Inside of this div, I'm going to first have the gig data map, and after that let me just paste in the entire thing here so it doesn't give us an error. Okay, so we pasted code from this to this here, so it just maps the reviews, nothing special. Okay, we need to import the host, need to get the image from next image, and this is flex call, delete this, and we have our reviews here. So this is looking great, and so our reviews things is complete now. So what we are going to do next is we'll have the dynamic ratings for this. So for the seller we want dynamic ratings in here, and when we search the gig we also want the dynamic ratings there. So let's do that. So for that, what I'm going to do is we have to go back to our gig controllers, and remember that I just commented out this code. So what this will do is this will get all the orders that has been created with that user. So we want to get the average rating for the user, not the gig. So we are getting the gigs that are created by that user by this, and we are including the reviews also inside of this with this. So that is that. And now what I will be doing is I'm going to use the use reduce. So total reviews. So we are just looping over this gigs returned by this users, and having the total reviews, just that. And after that we are calculating the average ratings for this user by this reduce here. So that's pretty simple JavaScript only. And after this we are returning the total reviews and average rating here. Now let's head over to our front end and use this. So now let's head over to details, and remember after this we removed some components, some spans, so we are going to add it again. So after this div we are going to add these two spans of gigdata.average rating and gigdata.total reviews. And if I refresh this again, so this is for I'm not sure, for average rating and total reviews. Refresh. Why it is not displaying the data? Let me see here. Let's refresh it and check in the data. Are we getting the data? Console, gig data, and revisions. We are not getting the data here. So let's head over to our gigs controller here, and gig, total reviews and average rating. Okay, I think I know the issue. We are getting the data, but we have to add that inside this. So what I will do is gig, and this is going to be this. I'm going to spread the gig and grab these things, add it to this, and let's refresh it. And now, yeah, we have average ratings and the number of reviews. Now let's do the average thing for this. So let's head over to our details component, and what I'm going to do is, remember that we removed some class names from here, so I'm going to add that again. So gig data dot average rating greater than equal to star, then we have this color or this color based on that. So stars are also working. If we have greater than 3, then we'll show that 4. So that's working. Now let's do the same stuff for here for user ratings. Now for that, let's head upwards where there is FA star again, this one. So after this div, we'll add the average ratings in here, average ratings, and add the class name which gets the color. What is the average rating? Okay, average ratings. Okay, let's head over to our reviews, and I'm going to copy this use effect and this one here for the average rating. So inside the details, we are going to paste it here, and let's see, we have the average ratings now. Let's refresh it, but this needs to be in a single line. So okay, there's an error here into the class name. This is fixed. Item centers also have this error. Okay, this is looking great. Now when we search anything, we also want to add that here. So for search page, let's head over to search, and what can we do here is, we don't have to add that inside search, but we'll have to head over to search grid item, and first what we'll do is, after this FA star, we have written this gig.reviews.length and calculate ratings. So for calculate ratings, what I'm going to do is the same stuff that we had done in other components. We'll get the reviews from the gig, get the rating. If rating length is greater than 0, then proceed further and add all the rating and divide it by length. So the average is here, and this is 0. This is 0 because inside the search we need to add the reviews. So search.jsx, not search.jsx, we need gig controllers, and inside the search here, search gigs, where is it? Okay, inside the search gig here, what do we need? I think, okay, we have to add that inside here, include reviews. So in here, reviews, and that should work. Refresh, and you can see that we have the reviews for this, so that is also working. So this is completed. Now what we'll do next is the message container. So that would be a UI for sending the messages. So let's do that. Okay, so now first what I'm going to do is, let's head over to schema.prisma, and for messages we have to create another model which is going to be message, is id would be integer, will provide at id at default with auto increment. After this, okay, this is not models, this is model messages. After this, we'll have text as string. This would be message text. Now we'll have created at, so we'll copy the created at from here, paste it here. After created at, we will have is red, which is going to be boolean, and by default we'll specify this as a false value. So after this is red, we'll have sender, which is going to be a user. So this is going to be a foreign key. So we'll name this relation as sent messages, and we'll add in a field here, which is going to be sender ID. We'll add the references, and this is going to be ID. Now let's add the sender ID, which is going to be an integer, and I'm going to copy this relation, copy this from here, both of this, paste it down here, and I'm going to change this from sender to recipient, and this is going to be received messages, and this is going to be recipient ID. Let's change this to recipient ID. Now what I'm going to do is we have to associate this foreign keys to our user. So for that, inside our user, what I'm going to do is messages sent by this user would be inside the messages, and will tag this by relation of sent messages. So that's it. You can see that both of these is same here. Now we will do the same for this received messages. So I'm going to copy that received messages, and I will write here messages received as messages at relation, and tag that with our relation of received messages. So that's it, and you can see that errors are gone. Now all the messages should be associated with an order. So we have the sender ID, recipient ID. Now this message is also going to be associated with an order. So if there is an order, then only we want the user to send the message. So let's do that also quickly. So orders at relation fields, and this is going to be order ID. Then we'll pass in references, and this is going to be ID, and at here we'll have order ID integer. Now let's add this orders in here. So messages is messages. So I think that's it. Our Prisma schema was done. Now let's push it to the Prisma, not Prisma but Postgres. So npx Prisma db push yarn dev to start the server, and I'm going to start in the Prisma Studio again to have the messages here. You can see that we have the messages table now. So that's working. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a message controller for adding a new message and getting the message, not one message but getting all of the messages from that. So for that, what we will do is create a new controller which is going to be messages controller.js. Inside of this, what we will do is export const add message equals to async request response and next arrow function, wrapping this inside a try catch block, console log error. Now here first I will get Prisma is equals to new Prisma client, why this is not working, Prisma equals to new okay, let's import it manually, it's not working. So import from Prisma, and this is going to be Prisma client. That's it. Oh, this is not from this Prisma, this is going to be at Prisma client. Now after this, let's see our server started. Yeah, it is this one, it is started. Now after this, I want to check if the request.body has recipient ID, the message, and the params has the order ID. So request.body.recipient ID and request.body.message and we'll have request.params.order ID. So what we are going to do is we'll pass in the recipient ID, so to which user we want to send this message, then we'll pass in the order ID to which order we want to associate this message, and we'll pass in the message, and we have our request.user ID from the auth middleware. So that is the sender ID. So let's create a message, const message equals to await Prisma dot schema, not schema but messages dot create, and now I will send in the data here. Sender would be connect, 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 and will pass in ID as parse int request dot user ID. So our sender part is complete. Now we want to have a recipient of the message, so we'll do the same for this. Sender recipient connect ID parse int request dot body dot recipient ID. That's it. Now we also want to associate this message with an order, so order connect ID parse int request.params.order ID. That's it. Now we want to send the actual content of the message. So for that, after this order, I'm going to write text, and this is going to be request.body.message. That's it. And with this, our Prisma query is complete. So after this, what we'll do is return response. This is going to be return response dot status 201 dot JSON. We'll give it the message, and after this, what I'm going to do is, if we don't have the user ID, recipient ID, order ID, or the message from this if query, then I'm going to pass in the error. So my error would be this: return response dot status 400 dot send user ID, recipient ID, order ID, and message ID is required. And Now for the internal server error, we'll do the same in this as we did for all other controllers. So this is the add message part. Now what we are going to do is we'll also create the get messages to get all the messages. Then we'll you create the front end. That would be much easier. So export const get messages equals to async request response and next try catch error, and let's copy that from here, paste it inside the try block. Let me remove this. Yeah, now inside the try block what we are going to do is we need the order ID and the user ID. So if request dot params dot order ID is there, and we need request dot user ID. If both are there, then we'll proceed further and we'll write const prisma is equals to new Prisma client. After this we'll have const messages equals to await Prisma dot messages dot find many. We want to find many messages, so first we'll pass in our where clause, so order and associate with our order ID. So pass int request dot params dot order ID. Now after this order we are going to order by the ascending function, so created at ascending, and after this what we will do is as soon as the user gets the message, then what we want to do is mark all of those messages to red. So prisma dot message dot update, not message, messages dot update many, and in here we'll pass where order ID as parse int request dot params dot order ID, and after this we'll have recipient ID and parse int which is going to be request dot user ID, and for the data stuff we want to mark asRed property to true. So what we are doing here is that after getting all the messages, so whenever a user gets the messages, then we want to mark that user's recipient ID messages to true, to red to true, so that it marks that all the messages has been read by the user when getting these messages. So that is that. So after this you can see that here in the add messages section we had this request.body.recipient ID. So from where this recipient ID is coming, so what we'll do is when we get the messages, with the messages we will also send the recipient ID with this, so it will know that to which user we have to send the message. So for that first we need the orders created by the order ID condition. So const order is equals to await prisma dot orders dot find unique, where now what we'll do is we'll pass in the ID as parse int request dot params dot order ID, and we want to include the gig data, so include gig true, Now we'll define a recipient ID and we'll check if order dot buyer ID triple equals to request dot user ID. Then we will say that recipient ID is uh, order dot gig dot user ID, and else if we'll check else if order dot gig dot user ID triple equals to request dot user ID, then we'll say recipient ID equals to order dot buyer ID. So here what we are doing is we are checking if the order dot buyer ID, so the order that is bought by the user, its ID is same as the request dot user ID, then what we want to do is we want to send we want to set the recipient message recipient ID as order dot gig dot user ID, which is the creator of this gig. So imagine that I am the buyer and you are the creator, so I want to send you the message, so I will get your ID from the order ID that we have sent, so that is order dot gig dot user ID, and we are doing the opposite of this inside the else if block. So this is order dot gig dot user ID. Now it will check if the creator of this gig triple equals to the user ID. So when a seller is sending a message to buyer, so this is for that condition. So that's perfect. Now all we have to do is return the messages. So after this here we'll have this response dot status 200 dot json messages and recipient ID. After that we will say that order ID is required. So after this we'll say that order ID is required. That's it. Now our APIs are complete. Now add a route for the API. So this is going to be messages routes dot js, and inside the messages routes we are doing the same stuff. So I will define this export const messages route, and I'm going to define the add message and the get message. So add message, and we have the params as order ID, and for the get message we have params at the order ID. Verify token, it's not, auto import is not working, I'm not sure why. Now let me import it manually. Import verify token from middleware's auth middleware.js. Let's import express, and then we need the add messages and get messages. So add messages, get messages. Make sure that you have .js files, and after this let's head over to our index.js, and in here we'll have api.use API messages and messages route. Make sure that messages route is imported with .js. Save this. Now let's head over to our constants file, constants, and I'm going to add constants here as well. So after this orders route I'm going to add messages route API URL messages, and now let's have the messages route of get the message and add the message. So for that, after this export const get message routes get message add message messages route add message. Save this. Now what I'm going to do is inside the components I'm going to create a new component which is going to be a message container. So that should be inside a messages component folder, and inside of that messages I will use our message container.jsx, write rfce here to complete the component. Now inside the buyer, inside the orders, I want to create a messages folder, messages, and inside of that messages I want to create an order id dot jsx route. I will write rfc again, and this is going to be messages. Now we will do this same for the seller also. So seller, inside the orders, will have a new folder which is going to be messages, and let's copy this component from here and I'm going to paste it. So order id jsx messages. Now what I will do is go to Fiverr clone, orders, and send the message. So we have this messages here. Now I want to create a message container here. So let's do that. Let me remove this and I will have message container here. This is for the seller, and let's head over to the buyer. Instead of this, we'll have message container. Let's check it here. We have the message container log. Now let's move further. So now let's head over to our component message container, remove this text, and in here let's do one thing. I'm going to get the messages first. So we have to use the cookies, use router, get the query from router.query. We need the useState provider for user info, and we need useState to set the recipient ID. So now after this we need an useEffect hook. This hook should run whenever there is a change in order ID and the user info. Now we'll check if there is an order ID and user info, then we will call our API. So const get messages equals to this. Make sure that this is an async function. Get messages, and inside of here wrap this inside try catch error console log error. Now const data, and from there let's grab the data only, and data equals to await axios dot get template strings get messages slash this is going to be order ID. For this order, get all the messages, and after this we'll pass in headers, and this is going to be authorization bearer token headers. After this, yeah, that's it. Now after this, what I'm going to do is set messages. Okay, I think we need to create one more state for setting the messages. So let's create two more states. So this is for messages array, and this is for message text, so for the controlled component. So after this what we will do is set messages, which is going to be data dot messages, and after this we will have set recipient ID, which is going to be data dot recipient. That's it. And I'm going to console.log the data here as well, and let's see if our API is working. We will not have any messages, but we will get the recipient. So data error of 0 and the recipient ID is 2. So yeah, that's working. Our API is working. Now what we will do is, from here let's create our message container. So this div would have a class name of height of 80 viewport height. After this we will have a div with flex, and that's the basic stuff. This div, and inside of this div we'll have another div which would have a background of white. So now inside of this div, what I will do is, inside of this div, going to add this code right here. So with this div we have this code right here. So we are mapping the messages, comparing the sender ID triple equals to user info ID, and justifying the message as per like that, and that's the stuff. And now we have to create this function of formatting the time. So to get the time in user info format, so I have written this function to get the time from this. So we will get the timestamp, convert that timestamp to date, then we'll get the hours, get the minutes, and we'll check that it is AM or PM. Then we'll have modulo of hours, then we'll have if hours is there, or then we'll have 12. Then we'll check for the minutes, and the formatted time would be like this. So actually I have not written this function. I have just given a prompt to ChatGPT and given the timestamp and told ChatGPT to give me the output. So that's like that. And now let's see in here. We'll not have anything as of now because we haven't sent any messages. So after this div that we copied, what I will do is, we'll have after this div, the ending this div, we will have another div which will have a button and a text area, which is not text area, just an input which is used to send the messages. So input on change set messages as text. We already created the state, and we have to create this function of send message, and we have to import this from React icons FA. So now make sure that the icon is imported, and const send message equals to arrow function. Make sure this arrow function is async because we are going to use the API. And now we have this. Now let's send a message, hello, and we have not written the send message function yet, so we need to do that. So inside the send message, what I will do is, I will check if message text dot length is there, then only we want to send the message. So const response equals to await axios dot post, and this is going to be template strings again, and this is going to be add message slash order ID. Now after this we have to pass a body which would have message as message text, then we'll pass in the recipient ID here. That's it. Now we'll pass our headers, authorization and token. That's it. Now after this, we'll check if response dot status triple equals to 201. Then we want to set the messages, which is spreading all the messages first and adding the response dot data dot message, and set message text as empty again. That's it. Let's try to send a message. Hello. Okay, request field with 400 code. What was that? Console. Let me try this again. Head over to network and 400 user ID, recipient ID, order ID and messages required. So we didn't fail. Okay, so recipient ID is not being passed here. So recipient ID, did we set it? Data dot recipient. Let's check console. Okay, from here it is recipient ID, so we have to write recipient ID here as well. And now let's send it hello. Now it is in 500 error, so let's head over to our server. Did you mean connect? Okay, we have a mistake in our spelling. In messages controller, add message, and this is connect. Now let's try to send the message. Let's clear out this, send, and our message was sent successfully. That's it. So this is working and our message container is working. Now I will show you the read and unread message functionality when we create the dashboard and create the unread messages in the seller section. So further I will show you that it's working. So this is complete. Now let's head over to create a seller dashboard. So now let's head over to VS Code, and inside the seller here I'm going to create a new file which is going to be index.jsx. I will write RFC here and I'll head over to UI, and now I will click on this switch to seller, and you can see that it's working perfectly now. It was not a bug, but we haven't created that index page and it was causing an issue. So let's head over to orders. We have the orders of the this is for the buyers. We want to get the orders of the seller, so that should be fixed. Switch to buyer, switch to seller, switch to buyer, switch to seller. Okay, this is working, this route is working, but this one should be fixed. Okay, seller orders. Okay, it is working now. I was not sure why it was not working before. It's still not working. Okay, so when we click over this orders, it is being redirected to that page only. So let's head over to Navbar and see if we can find any issue. So slash orders is seller router dot push seller orders, and or else we want to push buyer orders. If seller, this should work perfectly. Now we are buyer. Let's head over to orders, and this should take us to not the buyer, we are the seller, so seller orders. So we were redirected to seller orders, but it took us back to other page. I'm not sure why. Do we have any other error? So seller orders, and we have the index.jsx page. From here, did we write anything? No, we haven't wrote anything here. Let's do one thing. Seller orders. We are inside the seller orders page. Refresh the page. Orders, and this is buyer orders. Switch to seller. Navbar if is seller router.push seller orders. Let's check this. Okay, so when we switch the mode also, so we dispatch the switch mode. If it is seller, we push it to this or else this. I think we'll solve this issue afterwards. So let's do the dashboard first. So for dashboard, seller and this page here, we have to add the APIs for that. So let's create the controller first. So for that, what I'm going to do is head over to dashboard controller. We will have to create this dashboard controller dot js, and inside the dashboard controller, I'm just going to copy paste this data because of the video length. I'll just explain you everything. We are getting the seller data, we are getting all the gigs, and we are using the count function. Then we are aggregating the orders and getting the count of the orders created by this users. Then the unread messages, the count of is read is false with the recipient id as request.user id. Then we are getting the revenue by aggregation. So this is pretty basic stuff. So in the aggregation, we are using the sum here. Make sure that you use that. That's it. Now for the routes, so I will head over to this routes folder, create dashboard routes.js, and for this I'm going to paste in this code dashboard routes.get seller verify token get seller data. So that's pretty basic stuff. Now let's add this inside our index.js. So after this, what I am going to do instead of this is I'm going to have a dashboard thing here, API dashboard. Make sure that you import dashboard routes. That's it. Now we'll head over to constants. Let's head over from here, and for dashboard data routes, I'm going to add this here, dashboard data routes, and for that, after at the end here, this is going to be that. And now for the data inside our dashboard page is this source pages seller. Replace this with this, and let's see if we have the data. Request field with 500. Let me fix this error, then I will show you this. Cannot read properties of undefined reading count. Let's head over to dashboard controller, and this one prisma.message.count. This is going to be messages, not message. So let's see if we have used anything here. Yeah, so this is going to be messages. Now let's head over to our UI, refresh the page. Again there is an error. This time, did you mean recipient ID? Yes, I mean this. Where is this error? Recipient ID. Let's check where we have used. Okay, it's here. So this is recipient ID. There was a small spelling mistake from my end. Okay, so we are getting this everything, total gigs, total orders, and if there are no earnings today, then it will not show it. This is perfect. Now let me show you the UI for this. So index.js seller. So first we are getting the data, get dashboard data with our API, passing in the authorization token, setting the dashboard data inside the state. That's it. Now after this, we will check if there is a user info, then only we want to show that. Then this is the same stuff that we use in our navbar and the image for the profile. If there is an image, then we want to show this, or else we'll just show the purple color background with the email uppercase letter. So that is that. After that, we have this user info name and the full name and the description, and after that we'll have the same six boxes which will have the data. We are creating a grid, so each column would have 3 elements. Also we have this on clicks here. That's it. Now when I click our total gigs, we will have all our gigs here. Go back, total orders, we'll have seller orders here. Now after this, when we click on unread message, it will redirect it to unread message, but we have to create this file. So for that, I'm going to create this unread message file. So let's head over to our seller, new file, and unread messages.jsx, and in here I'm going to paste in this code. I will explain you this in a minute. First, let's head over to our message controllers, and I'm going to have two controllers there. So give me a minute. Head over to message controllers. At the end, two controllers, which is get unread messages. So we are getting all the unread messages for this user. So for that, the condition is find many, where recipient ID is request.user_id and is read is false, and we are including the sender information here. So this is the basic stuff. And for the mark read, what we are getting is prisma.message.update, where message ID is, we are getting the message ID and setting the data as is read to true. So that's it. And now for the routes also, we have to add two routes. So also I have to change this to messages. So this is going to be messages, and instead of this I'm going to use this recipient ID because we have spelling differences. So this is going to be messages where ID is this. So that's great. Now let's head over to message routes, and I'm going to paste in this two routes. Make sure that you import these two. That's it. Now let's head over to our constants.js file and add the constants there to get the unread messages and mark as read route. Get the unread messages and mark as read route, and let me refresh this, and now this is working. So let me show you the React component unread messages. So first, as soon as the component is loaded, we are getting the unread messages from here. So this is the API passing the authorized token, setting the messages in our state. Then we are having this mark as read function. So what this will do is, if we have any unread messages and we want to mark that message as read, then we can click over that and that message would be marked as read. So that is this functionality, and we are just using the table that we used in all our other components and mapping the data here: text, sender name, order ID, mark as read, view conversation, and just mapping the data. That's pretty much it. Now I'm going to open up a new incognito window. I'm going to head over to localhost 3000 and join, which is d@gmail.com 1234, continue, and typing any random stuff here. Okay, it needs a unique username. Okay, that's it. Now let's see what gigs this seller has created. So orders, okay, that's not working, we have to fix that. Total gigs, and this is the Next.js one, this one. We are going to order this. Five four 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 54. Now okay, we are redirected. Let's send a message here, hello, send. And now I'll go back, and you can see here that we have one unread message and two total orders. Now let's head over to here, and you can also see that earnings today was updated. So let's head over to unread messages, and here we can have this mark as read functionality or the view conversation. Now let me do one thing. I'm going to send in multiple messages. So 1, 2, 3 and 5. Now let's refresh this, and you can see that we have multiple messages that are unread for this user. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark this message as red, mark as red, so that was removed from here. And when we refresh the page here, okay, so we have to import this bs check all. So let's head over to messages container, messages not controller but container. Now bs check mark has to be imported, this thing, bs check all from react icons bs package, this one right here, bs check all. Now let's refresh it, and you can see that as we have marked this message as red, we have this icon of tick here. So what I will do is I'm going to mark another message as red, which is going to be this, and let's refresh it again, and you can see that this message and this message was red. Now when I view the conversation, I will get all the messages, and all these messages would be red. So when I will refresh this page, you can see that all the messages red here. So that's looking great. Now I have to fix one more thing. This scroll bar should be fixed, this is not looking good. So what I will do here is, let's head over to our globals.s.css, and I'm going to paste in this code for changing the scroll bar, saving it, and you can see that scroll bar is looking good now. So with this yeah, so with this our application is working and our application is complete. If I have missed any of the functionality, you can move over to my GitHub repository and check it out there. So thank you for watching. Now let's host this application on Kinsta. And so now our Fiverr clone is complete, and now let's deploy this application on Kinsta. So we have to do several setup for that. So head over to the Fiverr directory and head over to the next config file. And from here, I'm going to remove this environment variable, and inside this remote patterns of images, I'm going to change the values. So the protocol would be HTTPS. Now the host name would be star star. We don't want to provide any port, and we are going to provide an path name which is going to be star star again. Save this file, and head over to utils and constants.js, and here instead of process.env.server URL, we are going to write process.env.next hyphen public hyphen server URL. Now, after this, we are going to close this files and we need to add a package.json file here. So for that, I'm going to open a new terminal, head over to the root directory, and I will write npm init. Now head over to package.json, and in here what I'm going to do is, first I am going to install a package named as if-env. So yarn add if env, if hyphen env, wait for this to install, and now I'm going to close this terminal and replace this test script with my custom scripts, which is build, server and client. So what the scripts will do is, it will build the application on both the client side and the server side, and these both commands are to run those applications. Now hit save. Now what I'm going to do is close this, head over to my directory and rename this Fiverr to client. Now let's delete the node modules and the yarn.log file. Delete and head over to client and make sure that you delete node modules and yarn.log file from here as well. Now head over to server and do the same, remove node modules and yarn.log file from here. So now all of the files have been deleted. Now head over to GitHub and we are going to upload our app to GitHub. So create a new repository. This is going to be Fiverr YouTube. Add a readme file, create the repository, and I'm going to add the files via upload files. Now I'm going to select the server, gitignore and package.json and upload it. Wait for this to upload. Okay, commit the changes. Wait for this to process the files. Now I'm going to upload the files again, and this time it is going to be the public, not the public but the client. So upload that, wait for it to upload. This is gonna take time. Okay, so the files has been uploaded. Now I'm going to commit the changes, wait for it to process the files. Okay, so the upload is complete and we have successfully uploaded our application on GitHub. Now let's create a database on Kinsta. So head over to your Kinsta account. Now we'll create a database from here. So database name would be FiverrDB. Database type would be PostgreSQL. I'm going to choose the data center which is nearest to my location. Select the size, which is DB1. Hit continue. Create the database. So now this is going to take some time to create and set up the database. So wait for it to complete. So our database was successfully set up. Now I'm going to add a new service which is going to be an application, and before that head over to your GitHub repository and I want you to edit this package.json file, and in here what I want you to do is, after this npm install, I want you to add this command end npx prisma db push and remove this from here. So cd server npm install and npx prisma db push. Now I'm going to commit the changes. So after that, I'm going to select my Fiverr YouTube repository here, select a data center location, which is Mumbai. I'm going to add the environment variables. So this is going to be server. This is going to be Jwt key, and this is going to be a random stuff. Then we are going to have the database URL, and for that I want you to head over to the Fiverr DB, and I want you to copy this host name, and I'm going to open a new website which is whatsmydns.net. I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to search it, and I want you to copy this IP address from here. And now I want you to copy this external connection string, paste it here, and I'm going to copy the IP address, change this host name from after the at the rate, and from this, paste it here, copy this string, head over to the applications. I'm going to paste it here, hit continue again, and I'm going to write the command as npm run server, hit continue, confirm payment method, and I'm going to wait for the application to deploy. You can see the logs from here. Okay, so our deployment was complete. Now let's create the next app. So now let's go back, add service. This is going to be an application. Select the Fiverr YouTube, and this is going to be Fiverr YouTube Next.js, and I'm going to select a data center location, environment variable, and this is going to be next public server URL, and in here I'm going to pass in this server URL. So this is going to be the application we just created, which is Fiverr YouTube, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this URL from here, paste it here, make sure that it is HTTPS, and make sure that when you add this URL, you remove the slash from the end and hit continue again, and I will write the command here, which is cd client and npm run build and npm run start. So let's hit continue, confirm payment method, and now let's wait again for this to complete. Okay, so the deployment was successful. I'm going to click on this Next.js app and wait for this to load. Okay, so it has been loaded. Now when I will click on this sign in, and when I will try to attempt to sign in with a new user, this should be join now. And when I will do this, you will notice that there is an error, which is a course error. And to fix this, we have to add the public URL environment variable to our Node.js app. So let's head over to the Fiverr YouTube here, which is the Node.js app, and head over to its settings. And I'm going to add a new environment variable here, which is going to be public URL, and the value would be this Next.js app. So I'm going to paste it here, HTTPS Fiverr YouTube, and make sure that you remove the slash from here and add the environment variable. And let's head over to deployments, and I'm going to hit the deploy now, deploy application, and wait for it to deploy again. Okay, so our deployment was complete again. And now let me reload the website. I'm gonna join with a new user. This is going to be YouTube, or else I'll just have kishan@youtube.com, password, continue, and you can see that it's working. Now let me have a username. Let's select a profile picture and I'm going to select this. Set the profile and you can see that it's working. We have our profile image here. Now let's head over to profile again and you can see that we have our profile information retained. Now let's head over to seller, create a gig. This is going to be React website, select a category, React, add. I'm going to add some photos. Let's increase the price, create. And as you can see that it has been created. Now let's switch a user and order this gig. So I'm going to log out. I'm going to sign in again and with this time another user. Now let's search for React from here. We have our website this and you can see that the user information is also correct. Now let's order this. Pay now. And now as you can see that we have successfully ordered this gig. We can also send in a message, hi. Now let's log in with the other user. I'm going to log out, sign in, and with Kishan at youtube.com, continue, and go to seller, and you can see that our dashboard is working. So let's view the conversation. We can also send in the messages. So yeah, everything is working and we have successfully hosted our Fiverr clone on Kinsta. So make sure that you check out Kinsta's database hosting and application hosting. So with this, our video comes to an end. Thank you for watching and please subscribe this channel and like this video. That's me, Kishan Sheet, signing out.